more questions.
Order.
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspiration of those whom we serve. Amen.
Colleagues, before we begin, I just want to thank the CPHO and the Department of Health for the great news today for the Beaufort Delta. Everybody up in the Delta is very happy right now that they get to travel to the Yukon, so I'm sure Canadian Tire and everything will be empty by next week. So, okay. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to navigate our ever-changing circumstances as the pandemic continues around the world. And after a long winter, I am sure we are all looking forward to summer, fresh air, and outdoor activities. Northwest Territories parks are ready for visitors. We have already received a record number of registrations from residents across the territory. In 2020, registrations from Northwest Territories residents booking overnight stays in territorial parks increased by 46%, and already this year we are seeing a further increase of 15% on top of 2020's already impressive numbers. Building off this momentum, the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment has recently released a new logo and branding for Northwest Territories parks. This new look will be reflected in all of the marketing and communication platforms for N.W.T parks, allowing us to position our parks locally, nationally, and globally as premier wilderness destinations. With that said, tourism remains one of the hardest hit industries globally. The Northwest Territories has been enjoying increases in visitors year over year, and people now know and want to experience what our unique and beautiful home has to offer. Many Northwest Territories tourism businesses are adapting their company models to make sure they are ready when visitors return after travel restrictions are lifted. And we as a territory must support our tourism operators and businesses as best we can. As a government, we must provide support to help keep them in business. Mr. Speaker, last week was Tourism Week across the country. This year, to mark this national event, we developed a campaign that involved interviewing Northwest Territories residents who took advantage of the adventures and experiences available across our territory. They enthusiastically recounted their stories and shared their pictures. So many people across the Northwest Territories supported tourism operators and had, in their own words, some of their best travel experiences ever. It is inspiring to see the resilience operators and businesses have demonstrated and adapted to focus on opportunities for residents while we wait to see the pandemic to ease. The tourism industry has offered innovative packages for tailored to all budgets and opening residents' eyes to the world-class experiences we have right here in our backyards. With every booking, we've shown operators how much we value their contribution to the economy, and in return, they've given us a new appreciation that the Northwest Territories is truly spectacular. Mr. Speaker, Tourism Week is only one way we continue to celebrate and support the tourism industry. Building on the momentum of past supports, like the digital boot camp training for operators to enhance their online profiles and in-market presence and partnership with Northwest Territories Tourism, as well as the growth and recovery by investing in tourism program delivered through a funding collaboration with the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Very soon, we hope to launch the newest support programs to bring relief to the tourism and accommodation industries. The Pandemic Relief Extension Program, or PREP, for licensed tourism operators, and the Supplement for Tourism Accommodation Relief, or STAR, for accommodation providers who have 3 or more rooms. The federal government has been a critical partner throughout the year, and they are planning to continue supports through federal recovery programs. However, we know that the STAR and PREP programs are also going to be needed to continue supporting relief measures for these heavily impacted sectors. Accommodation providers in the Northwest Territories have been particularly impacted by COVID-19. Average occupancy levels for hotels, reporting in statistics, dropped from 65% in 2019 down to 39% in 2020. The STAR program will provide financial assistance for eligible expenses to accommodation providers in the Northwest Territories with 3 rooms or more, and helps to continue the support for the sector that Canmore offered through their Northern Business Relief Fund. Mr. Speaker, although there are positive signs for a tourism restart as the territorial and national vaccination programs gain momentum, the majority of tourism operators cannot maintain their businesses without some form of support. In the fall of 2020, 75% of tourism businesses had reported a decline in revenues of 50% or more. The PREP will provide relief for eligible fixed costs to licensed tourism operators at a minimum of $2,500 to a maximum of $100,000, while home-based tourism businesses were not eligible for the federal relief through the N.W.T, they will be eligible for relief funding under the PREP. Mr. Speaker, our tourism operators have demonstrated their resilience through their adaptation and refocus under never-before-seen conditions. When our travel restrictions ease, we are confident our tourism industry will rebound and continue to grow into one of the most robust areas of economic diversification for the Northwest Territories, supporting one of our primary mandates. We know that visitors are looking forward to returning, and we want to make sure our tourism industry is ready to welcome them with the unique experiences and opportunities that make our territory spectacular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, the arts, culture, heritage, and language play an integral part in creating a strong and sustainable territory. Living without access to live music, art shows, craft fairs, traditional events, and seasonal festivities because of the pandemic has highlighted the beauty, tradition, celebration, and community that arts, culture, language, and heritage bring into our lives. This past year has also shown the resiliency and creativity of many individuals and organizations who have found ways to continue to bring us together even when we're apart. In celebration of these individuals and organizations, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce this year's recipients of the Minister's Culture and Heritage Circle Awards, all of whom are leaders in protecting, promoting, and preserving heritage and culture. In the individual category, I would like to recognize Myrna Pokiak from Yellowknife. Myrna shares her formal and land-based education with her community. She promotes her culture through developing cultural awareness programs and was recently asked to design a celebratory coin marking 150 years since the N.W.T joined Canada. In the youth category, Cassia Fountain from Fort Resolution. Cassia has emerged as a cultural role model to her peers and a true champion of her ancestral language, Dene Suthlene Yatie. In the elders category, Rosalind Mercury from Yellowknife. Rosalind has been a catalyst for many art events, including the 2020 Isolation art shows, which allowed people to enjoy the arts despite the COVID-19 pandemic. In the group category, Collège Nordique Francophone from Yellowknife. Collège Nordique has demonstrated outstanding leadership with their efforts to build awareness among Northerners about the importance of protecting, preserving, and celebrating the North's unique cultures and ways of life. As well, this year a new category was added to recognize the important work of promoting, preserving, and protecting Indigenous languages. This award is presented to any individual or group whose efforts increase the presence, visibility, use, or scope of languages in communities. I am proud to award the first Indigenous Languages Category Award to Angelina Fabian from Fort Resolution for her work in reviving her ancestral language, Chipewyan. Each year, Mr. Speaker, I also have the discretion as Minister to present a Minister's Choice Award to an exemplary person or group who embodies the spirit and purpose of the Minister's Culture and Heritage Circle. This year, I am honored to present this award to Lawrence Nayali from Wrigley, Pedzike. Lawrence was raised by his grandparents, Dora and Boniface Nayali. Through the example set by his grandparents and his community, he developed a love of language, culture, identity, and storytelling. Lawrence has volunteered with youth, taught Dene games with the Aboriginal Sports Circle, created music with Juno Award-winning artist Leela Gilday, and was featured in the powerful documentary Nahanni, River of Forgiveness. He has done advocacy work through Idle No More and helped to create Dene Naho, a group working to advance social and environmental justice for Northern peoples and promote Indigenous leadership. Over the years, listeners of CKLB and CBC's Trails End have been treated to Lawrence's insights into his Dene life, heritage, and language. He regularly offers pronunciation guides, including definitions of N.W.T words that encourage the revitalization of language. Early in his life, Lawrence set out to make a difference for the North and the people that call this place home. He has used his life and career to inspire others through his messages of hope and his vision for the future of the Dene. For that, I'm honored to recognize Lawrence Nyali with the Minister's Choice Award. This year, in light of the current public health measures, we are honoring all of our winners virtually through a celebratory video featuring all of the award winners and further information on their important work. The video can be viewed on the Government of the Northwest Territories YouTube channel and Facebook page. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to join me in honoring this year's Culture and Heritage Circle Award recipients and thanking them for their leadership and passion in promoting and celebrating our incredible Northern cultures, languages, and heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that owning your own home leads to physical security as well as emotional and financial security. Our goal, our mandate, is to increase the number of affordable homes and reduce the core housing need across the territory. Throughout my time being responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, I have made it my priority to listen to community members and look for resolutions to the barriers that have been identified. The Housing Corporation has been working diligently and in partnership with Indigenous groups, community governments, and the private sector to meet these commitments through a variety of programs and initiatives, including the Home Ownership Initiative. This initiative targets current Housing Corporation rental clients who have the ability to manage and succeed as homeowners. Part of that means the financial resources to pay for the shelter costs and utilities involved in being a homeowner. Another part involves taking care of the maintenance issues each year to ensure greater longevity of their homes. Mr. Speaker, the Housing Corporation recognizes that we must also support those households in their transition. Moving from renter to home ownership brings on more responsibility, and people need to be prepared. To ensure this, tenants will be provided with the tools to become successful homeowners, such as additional counseling, as well as maintenance and repair courses, and courses on developing financial skills. Mr. Speaker, under the initiative, rental clients enter into a forgivable loan agreement with the Housing Corporation that facilitates the transition to home ownership. Forgivable loan agreements are for a period of 3 years or 5 years, depending on the value of the home. Approved program participants are also eligible for $20,000 in financial assistance for desired upgrades to their home. I strongly encourage anyone who may be interested in this program to reach out to the housing districts or check the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation website for more information on this program. Communication is also going out directly to the tenants, as well informing them of the initiative. Mr. Speaker, the Home Ownership Initiative provides a great opportunity to add more homeowners to the Northwest Territories. Being a homeowner is something that many of us ourselves and our families need. I'm pleased that this program will be able to help make this ambition a reality for many residents. I also want to thank the Housing Corporation staff who has worked diligently to find solutions, expressing ideas, programs to meet the needs of our future homeownership clients. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the priorities of this government is to enable seniors to age in place with dignity. It is a great soundbite with no real plan and limited action from this government. Mr. Speaker, there are seniors living in their homes who are bedridden with limited support. There are seniors housebound because they are in a wheelchair and without a wheelchair ramp. There are seniors living in homes that are in need of major repair. We have seniors living in homes where the wooden basement and structure is being compromised by frost heaves. We have seniors without homes who are living on the street. We evict seniors from public housing units. We have seniors locked up in extended care facilities with limited interaction with others. We promise more home care support but have no plan and no budget. We house seniors from the South while those born and raised here go without. We have seniors who are abused by family members and we do nothing. And we have seniors who are abused and neglected by this very government, and again we do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I can go on, but the reality is that this government needs to step up and address all those issues. I mentioned, it is not the responsibility of one department, it is the responsibility of several, and all of us working together. To start, we all need to show compassion and respect for seniors. We need to listen to all seniors and not just those that have the means to get our attention. Mr. Speaker, seniors want to see a commitment and a plan from this government that will allocate the financial and human resources that will allow them to age at home with dignity, that will provide those without a home with suitable housing or accommodations, that will provide them the care they require to stay healthy and safe, and to provide each with a quality of life and a quality of living that we would want for our own parents. Mr. Speaker, I ask each of the ministers sitting across from me if they are up to the challenge. Will they commit to making a difference for seniors? And I ask each if they will start now. And before answering that, to consider what they would want and find acceptable for their own parents. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March of last year, I brought up the urgency of housing in the housing crisis in N.W.T. Since then, I have had more concerns from my constituents regarding the state of housing in the communities. There are no market housing in the communities in N.W.T., and the N.W.T. Housing Corporation does not have enough houses to address the issues, the lack of housing we have in public housing. Public housing units in N.W.T. are aging, Mr. Speaker. Houses that we have built in 1970 and in the 80s now need retrofits, getting messages about needing new windows because when a certain wind blows, it's blowing snow right into the unit now. We need new windows, doors. We have to, in Polituck, I got a call from the mayor saying that he was at his daughter's house on one night and you had to put blankets on the floor for them to walk in because it's so cold. It's never cold. So the overcrowding again, Mr. Speaker, with that is a big issue in my riding, especially with everything happening with COVID on the pandemic. Overcrowding in the houses, extra stress, frustration, making it already severe crisis, and addictions and mental health and challenges make worse for families being overcrowded. There is still a lack of single units in each community. How young people are supposed to return home to their communities and start families or just come home to live and work. Some people have to live in overcrowded shacks as they have been evicted and are waiting for housing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the local housing organizations are doing their best with what limited resources that they have, but I'm grateful for the work that they do, but we require additional support from the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. We need to work together with the Minister, Mr. Speaker, for the small communities outside of Yellowknife. She needs to see this firsthand. I understand the urgency of the situation that we're in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member for Frameling.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. In our last sitting, I made a statement on this government's less than adequate first attempt at integrated climate change reporting. Unfortunately, there is not much to report given the lack of progress over the last year. This may have been partially due to COVID, but is also rooted in the faulty design of the climate change approach from the last cabinet that carries over into this Assembly. So what's changed since February? Our neighbour to the west has joined the growing international movement to plan and implement more stringent emission targets to keep this planet from going completely off the rails. The Yukon government is committed to a target of net zero by 2050. While doing this, the Yukon also established and held its first meeting of a youth panel on climate change. Meanwhile, in Europe, a group of German youth took their government to court over climate change inaction, and they won. Germany's Constitutional Court on April 29 sided with 9 young Germans against their federal government. The court agreed that the country's landmark climate legislation passed in 2019 put too much of a burden on future generations and didn't take enough responsibility in the present. Gee, the same thing could be said about our weak and totally unachievable climate change approach that is back-end loaded with Tulsa expansion, for which there's no funding, no buyers, and no plan. An Ontario youth group is also taking their provincial government to court over inaction during the climate emergency, and another group of youth are taking our federal government to court. I suspect that N.W.T youth are also watching these court cases closely. Meanwhile, our dinosaur approach from the last cabinet continues to creep mostly backwards, with only a commitment to review where we are at in 2023 at the conclusion of this assembly, a recipe for inaction and disaster. I'll have questions for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources as the apparent lead Minister on Climate Change. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, further to my statement from yesterday about aging school infrastructure in Fort Smith, I wanted to discuss the student resident building that is currently being used by Aurora College in Fort Smith. Aurora College Thabacha campus is currently using a former residential school building called Brennan Hall as a single student resident facility for students attending Aurora College. Mr. Speaker, Brennan Hall was built in 1957. Given the undeniable historical legacy of this building, it's no surprise that Fort Smith constituents feel uncomfortable, to say the least, with its continued presence in our community, especially in conjunction with its present use and function as a single student residence facility. With residential schools once again coming to the forefront of a national discussion, I wanted to harness this moment and really emphasize that for many people, there is much pain, trauma, and suffering that's associated with Brennan Hall. Therefore, there is a strong community desire to see it decommissioned and replaced. Mr. Speaker, all things considered, the reality is that the sad situation in Kamloops, BC has far-reaching effects on survivors, their families, and the communities where these facilities still stand. Fort Smith still has several such facilities remaining. We must address these issues, and if it means going to the federal government for 100% financial coverage to remove and replace these reminders of federal day schools and residential schools, then let's do that. As a government, we need to be doing that. The same goes for the other former residential school buildings in Fort Smith that I talked about in my statement yesterday. So it's no wonder that both Fort Smith and other N.W.T residents feel uncomfortable, wary, and off-put about Brennan Hall still standing in active use. All buildings that were used for residential schools need to go, period. I am very mindful and concerned about the social and psychological scars which those buildings represent. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, everyone talks about healing from wounds of residential school, intergenerational trauma, and colonialization. But how can we do that when we continue to maintain the structural relics of the former residential schools themselves? Our government is spending good money on bad infrastructure. We cannot continue to have band-aid solutions. in addressing the major institutional and structural issues of colonialism and its ongoing effects in our everyday society. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as our government moves forward with the transition of Aurora College into a Polytech University, one aspect that we must also consider is the student residence. Given that Brennan Hall student residence is severely outdated and carries with it the dramatic memories of residential school, I believe that the Department of Education needs to invest in a new student residence at Aurora College, the Batcha campus. We must be ready for the eventual Polytech transformation to take effect, and I hope to see with a brand new single student residence which will reflect Indigenous culture. I will have questions for the Minister of Education later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I began my term, the most pressing issues for my constituents stem from housing issues. My district is home to many of the apartment buildings used by the Housing Corp for their clients in Yellowknife, with Simpson House and Norseman Manor the subject of the majority of complaints. One constituent who moved to Yellowknife from their home community to be closer to needed medical services for their child routinely has issues with their family's unit. These issues range from an overflowing toilet to ants on their countertops, crawling in their cupboards, and over their infant children while they sleep. The provided solution always seems to be to use pest control chemicals. However, how they interfere with their child's medical issues is unknown. The unit located next door has been boarded up for an extended period of time, and one has to ask, why is a profitable unit not being used? I can only assume it is due to an issue like mold, which makes me concerned for my constituents. But when asked, the Housing Corp had no idea why the unit was boarded up, and it hadn't occurred to them to ask. In my constituent's unit, a window has been broken for months in freezing temperatures without replacement. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, is this unit suitable to raise children in, particularly one with compromised health? Another common constituent complaint is of drug and alcohol-fueled parties, with people then using the common areas of the building as a toilet. During one such incident, the excrement was not cleaned up for several warm days, leading to an offensive stench throughout the building. In my own experience, I was cat-sitting for a friend and found myself having to step over puddles of urine in the building foyer for days before they were ever cleaned up. Being harassed and asked for money or cigarettes is a common occurrence for my constituents. Fire alarms are often pulled in the middle of the night, and laundry rooms are shut down due to escalating repair costs from vandalism. Many housing clients no longer have the ability to wash their clothes on site, which adds more stress, costs, and time to their burden. Recently, I toured these buildings and found that they're in an advanced state of disrepair, with several housing programs operating in the buildings with little to no integration. The landlord's manager, who was kind enough to show us around, presented me with a thick file of complaints and invoices for repairs and costs associated with false alarms. He indicated that 24-hour security is badly needed in the buildings in order to provide a deterrent to those creating problems. It is my belief that the cost of security would be far less than what is currently being paid for repairs and call-outs. And when one factors in the well-being and peace of mind this would bring my constituents, it is invaluable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our seniors and elders are the fastest growing population in the N.W.T. Before I'm an empty nester, our seniors population over 60 will increase by 56% and the demand for home care by 80%. Historically, Canadian elder care is lost in the fog between housing, social assistance and health care. But this government committed to empowering seniors and elders to age in place and to an elders strategy. If we are going to achieve either of those, Mr. Speaker, we have work to do. In March, Health and Social Services announced a decrease in its projected need of long-term care beds from 435 to 169 beds. How accurate that is remains to be tested, but what does remain is the fact that seniors who once anticipated a future in a long-term care facility will now need to be accommodated through an integrated approach to home care, multi-generational accessible housing, and an aligned government policy and programs. Today, 40% of elders live in poverty with an annual income less than $25,000, meaning they rely on income assistance. The 2019 Home and Community Care Review found that seniors and elders who live in public housing often pay too much for rent when they live with family, and that rent tied to household income creates a disincentive for adult children to live with elders. Mr. Speaker, this decreases family supports for elders aging in place. It's also important to know that 40% of N.W.T seniors are homeowners. Seniors living in their own homes can only access income assistance accommodation allowance if they're on the public housing wait list, but homeowners are ineligible for public housing, which means this policy also makes them ineligible for the accommodation allowance to help pay the high cost of housing with income assistance. Income assistance policies require an elder applying for financial assistance to sell their home to receive the income assistance accommodation allowance. The Housing Corporation is currently driving home ownership and also does not have the public housing stock to support this policy. Rather than providing the support where people are at, we have a policy vortex that creates stressful barriers for seniors while driving our need for government care institutions. Mr. Speaker, government policies that serve our elders are fragmented and inconsistent with our priorities. It is time to reshape elder care into something that we are proud of, and a system that celebrates the equality of life or quality of life of our parents, grandparents, aunties, and uncles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Detroit.
Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about an aspect of a young person's journey in education that may very well encourage them in a career path. As parents or educators, we always strive to get the best quality education for our young students so they can have success in life. Many will reach the biggest milestone of their young school life in attaining their grade 12 graduate diploma. For many, the realization that graduating from grade 12 is not all that it is cut out to be when they realize the grade levels are not on par to get into post-secondary studies. Many have struggled with post-secondary studies and soon leave to return home. Most feel they are stuck between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to go. Many do not have peer support groups to discuss their dilemma. For most of our students who have gone through school systems in our small centers, they were inundated with school books on basic sciences, basic math, basic reading and writing. Now throw in virtual learning sessions, which they may get nothing out of, as they are already struggling with just trying to achieve credits in order to graduate. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we need to take a closer look at education learning outcomes for the small centers. Perhaps they would be very interested in education if we offered more than just school books. Perhaps we need to seriously look at incorporating life skills courses into the schools, the small centers. The purpose of life skills course or training is to realize the student's full potential and develop self-esteem by learning practical skills required for everyday living. This also improves social skills, community connections, and most of all, increasing independence. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for your time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the future plan of emergency and homeless shelters of the Northwest Territories? I spoke about our emergency homeless shelter in Inuvik last week, and it was something that was raised to me by many constituents. They're concerned that the shelter had closed with the weather still cold, and just so everyone here knows that the weather is still dipping below zero, and it was snowing this morning in Inuvik. We've also heard from my colleague the struggles of the funding of the Hay River Homeless Shelter. In recent news, the Yellowknife Day Shelter is closing. Then the flood-damaged homeless shelter in Fort Simpson. Mr. Speaker, the minister has mentioned there is a homeless strategy. Where is this strategy, Mr. Speaker? Our homeless are still N.W.T. residents, and the N.W.T. needs to ensure that their basic needs are met. So instead of waiting for a strategy, let's get moving and assist. Come up with some real solid solutions to provide a place for them. Let's secure some long-term funding for NGOs so that these boards, these volunteer boards that are made up of community members that care, they have enough to do the work that they do and be able to hire adequate staff and pay for operations. The minister committed to a staff person in the regional office to support the shelter board and the staff, and specifically in Inuvik. This is needed in all regions, and I hope the minister is committed to having this support position ongoing, as we know that our emergency shelter has struggled along the way. How long do we expect some of our most vulnerable to wait for a strategy when they have nowhere to go now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister, member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does everyone have a right to housing, a right to a place to sleep at night, a roof over their head, and a secure place to store a few possessions with access to privacy? Well, Mr. Speaker, from the actions of this government, it's clear that they do not. Mr. Speaker, less than 3% of our capital budget was spent on housing this year. Mr. Speaker, and even our own processes don't guarantee a right to housing. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Spruce Bough, formerly the Arnica's future is uncertain. Mr. Speaker, the Yellowknife Women's Society has been running what was originally supposed to be a place for the homeless to isolate for the pandemic, has become a community of people who have come to call the Spruce Bough home. The Yellowknife Women's Society has been advocating since 2016 for a place to run their programs, and it was only because of the pandemic that our government was able to provide any funding through COVID relief to make it possible. However, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health and Social Services herself has stated that the department recognizes the value of the program at the Spruce Bough, and it manages some of the two best practices together, which is a managed alcohol program dealing with addiction and homelessness at the same time. However, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the Spruce Bough has only been extended by 6 months to September, leaving all of its residents wondering if they will have a home, leaving all of its staff wondering if they will have a job. Mr. Speaker, there have been multiple questions to the Housing Corp about what is the future of the Arnica or the Spruce Bough's funding. But its CMHC program has once again been delayed, and if it wasn't for the generous support of the owners of the Spruce Bough, who have been a saving grace for the Yellowknife Women's Society, this process would not go forward at all. Mr. Speaker, the process of the Housing Corp and the CMHC is a detriment to using any pre-existing buildings in the N.W.T. There are multiple barriers, multiple hoops to jump through just to use an existing building to provide people with housing, Mr. Speaker. This is why we need to stop waiting on the federal government, and we need to fund these programs ourselves. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services later today to see where we are in providing the Spruce Bough and its residents a safe future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Schofield and his wife Kim, longtime Northerners and public servants, will be retiring and leaving the North. Today I would like to acknowledge the impact he has had on many of the youth, including my own children. Mr. Speaker, Kim Schofield has served in the North within the Justice Department. Dan has served in the capacity of recreation leader, community development, director of school community government, and COVID secretariat. The role I know Dan's best is, however, as a coach, advocate for the youth. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize Dan for the countless hours, year he put into youth across the Northwest Territories. He coached soccer for Canada Summer Games. He was the president of basketball N.W.T. He initiated the Arctic Shootout, the Cager, high-performance team initiative that still live on today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dan Schofield has coached hockey in N.W.T. for well over 30 years, and it has affected the lives of hundreds of Northern youth. Dan's team competed nationally and internationally at Arctic Winter Games, Canada Games, and Europe Challenge. He coached both male and female players. many of whom who went on to compete at a higher level in the South, AAA, Junior A, NCAA University, WHL, World Hockey Under 18 Hockey Championship. Mr. Speaker, Dan is a tough coach. He expected the best of his players and worked them hard. But no one worked harder than Dan. He scored extra ice time for his teams, coordinated training and tournaments, arranged multiple fundraising opportunities so the team can travel. He was constantly raising the bar, pushing his players to do better. His influence extended far beyond the bench. Dan's lessons were life lessons. In the words of my son, Jade, Dan was a very strong influence, the main key for the hockey experience. He gave me more opportunities than I have ever asked for. He motivated me to be the best hockey player possible and version of myself, pushing me every time. Even if I wanted to give up, he trusted me, he believed in me. Those teachings also transferred to life lessons, to never give up and keep pushing for what I want. Thank you, Dan, for everything, and thank you for being the best coach. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the many players, coaches, and families affected by generosity and giving spirit, I would like to thank Dan Schofield for his dedication to sport and youth in the N.W.T. Masicho, Dan.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Oh, Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad to see the plight of flooded affected families, and we all must come forward to help each other in the hour of need. This includes the N.W.T. as we work on doing their best to assist the affected families and evacuees during the 2021 flood for the communities of Jean Marie and Fort Simpson. As a person who was in one of the communities during the flood and in contact with the other, the N.W.T. did a great job. What I saw and witnessed was the departments doing their best to support each community as we dealt with the flood. N.W.T's response started with the regional EMO team. It is made up of departmental staff who helped and assisted the community staff and team. They showed great leadership and willingness to help and get things done as quickly as they were asked. This process started in January and February. Was it perfect? No. Did we need to adapt and modify the plan daily? Yes. Did we learn from what needs to be improved next time? A big yes. As I said in my previous member statements, I know I'm missing things that the N.W.T. did, but what I did see was nothing but amazing. They were there for the communities. I have attached appendices with the various departments and staff lists that help with the flood response. I'd like to deem them as read. Mr. Speaker, Dacho Health and Social Services moved our long-term care elders to Norman Wells with 4 staff. Home care elders to a B&B on the mainland that had community and regional staff available to provide necessary services, and a mass-child mobile health unit. Infrastructure had airport staff working to accept flights in with food, supplies, and transporting evacuees to Fort Smith and Hay River. They worked to get the ferry up and operational, ensuring it was done in a safe manner so supplies could get into the community. As well, infrastructure ensured the GMR access road was maintained. The Power Corp did an amazing job in both communities. They had staff look after the power plants and shut them off in a timely manner. Unfortunately, with the plants being shut off, they had to bring in a temporary plant in Jean Marie from Fort St. John, BC, and start up an alternate plant on the mainland. They brought in staff from outside to help the community ensure that they had power and made sure as the water receded, the power was hooked up safely. ENR, they were a great asset during the flood. They helped bring in a mobile unit so staff had a place to stay in Jean Marie as they dealt with wildlife issues. They helped the residents that stayed behind in both tent cities camps. They brought in shower facilities and additional wall tents for Fort Simpson. They transported goods in the community and between both communities. Municipal Community Care provided as food was needed. Department purchased 210 food hampers for Fort Simpson and Jean Marie. This was a big help for the residents that stayed in the community. The department put another 300 hampers together as evacuees started returning home. Mr. Speaker, this is a small amount to support the N.W.T offered during our difficult time. On top of this, the government of the Northwest Territories donated $150,000 to the United Way in support of those impacted by flooding in the Northwest Territories. All I can say is thank you, and Mr.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Colleagues, please be mindful of the clock. There's like 2 statements there, but we'll let it go for today. Okay, member statements. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't see the member for Hay River North jump up, so I would like to recognize Ann Danielson, the CA for the member for Hay River North, and I welcome her to the gallery, and it's good practice for us, I guess, to finally start getting people in here. So thank you, and welcome, Ann.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Welcome to the gallery. I hope you're enjoying the proceedings today. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker, we have interpreters here in the House for us. On some days, we don't have the complete interpretation, but interpretation is very important. Today, we have Mary Rose Sundberg and Harriet Paul interpreting for the language. Even though no one is here, we are being recorded, so the recordings will be important into the future. So I would like to say thank you to them. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Also like to recognize our interpreters that are doing a great job and keeping up to our members, even though, well, actually everybody kind of slowed down a bit here, so. Thank you once again. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Minister responsible for health and seniors to confirm where her department is with respect to developing a home care strategy that is in line with this government's commitment to supporting seniors aging at home with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important commitment to me. I plan to age in place here. I know some of my colleagues do as well, and their parents as well, and so the services provided are very important. In the 18th Assembly, the Department commissioned a home and community care study. It was delivered in September of 2019. It had 22 recommendations, and the department followed up by responding formally to the home and community care review. And so that is basically our strategy for what we're doing with home and community care, how we're addressing those 22 recommendations. In this fiscal year, there are 6 new positions in home and community care and total spending of $1.42 million. And the priorities for this year are to hire 3 new regional home care nurses who will provide oversight for home care in their areas, 2 territorial wound care nurses, support for additional home care services after hours and on weekends, and for people who are palliative, and a project manager in Yellowknife. So there are a lot of things going on in home and community care to better meet the needs of residents of the N.W.T, recognizing that our population of people who are aging need these services. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess you provided me with the minister provided me with a number of supports that are going to be coming out, and I'm just wondering on the timing of them. If some are out already, if we're moving ahead, or are some going to be in place later on? If there's just if you can just come up with some idea of time for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure when these 6 positions will be filled or if they've already been filled, so I'll have to come back to the member with that information. Thank you. Minister,
oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm if her department is working with the Minister of Housing and ECE to collaborate on effective programs and support for seniors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're taking a whole of government approach to seniors aging because it cuts across many different departments. And one of the things that we're working on together is an elder strategy, which will look in more detail at the gaps that exist across government in services for seniors and to make a plan to fill those gaps. So that includes housing. We recently, the Minister of Housing and I recently went to Fort Good Hope for the opening of their new seniors housing. And the collaboration there is that the Housing Corporation built the facility, and the nursing unit in Fort Good Hope provides the home and community care so that the people who are living in the housing can stay in the housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that arise, and I know it is in Hay River, is that some seniors don't have access to transportation to get to the health center. They may have to take a taxi, and some may not have the funds. And I know that there are vouchers that are provided at some times. But can the minister confirm if her department will consider providing financial support to communities without adequate means of transportation to health centers so that they can make it there? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, transportation is an issue in every community, including Yellowknife. Getting seniors to program sites, health sites, shopping, and so on is an issue all around. This is not something that the department has taken on, but it's something that I can inquire about. The department provides the individual support. So if somebody needs a walker, for example, then the department would assist them in obtaining that, but not necessarily a ride to the health center. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to my member's statement presented earlier regarding suggestions to incorporate life skills courses into schools to pique interest in career paths for students. Can the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment provide an update as to development of this initiative? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member's asking about teaching life skills in school, and I don't have specific information about a life skills initiative, but I can talk a bit about what is done in schools in a broad sense, understanding that what happens in the school is highly dependent on the DEA, the community, and the teachers at that time. And there could be a lot of variation. There could be heavy focus on life skills depending on those influences. So in schools we have, of course, we have the courses like career and life management that people are familiar with. We also have courses like career and technology courses where you can take more practical, hands-on type courses as opposed to theoretical things. We are introducing career and education advisors across the territory, and those individuals can help students figure out what path they want to go on in terms of education. So students aren't, I guess, aimless in their education. They can really focus on what they need and get the skills that they need, which in of itself is practical. Of course, we're also engaging in a curriculum renewal, and one of the criteria that we're looking at is a curriculum that is not so much focused on just memorizing things, but focused on gaining skills, competencies that you would need to use in everyday life. So those are some of the things that we're doing. If there's something more specific that the member has in mind, I can try and speak to that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for that. I know he states there's hands-on experiences, but I think shop centers and trade centers were built and developed for the larger centers and not necessarily the small centers. If we really want to see some change and increase chances of student success, could create a positive learning experience for them, then cost should not be a stumbling block and waiting for decisions to be made by others. I just reiterate again, will the Minister develop an action plan to initiate this initiative? Merci.
Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so we're not looking at an action plan to initiate something like that. However, I can say that I've had conversations with the education leaders across the territory, so the chairs of the regional boards and the local DEAs, and there has been a focus on that hands-on type learning, and it's clear that there is a lack of those facilities in the smaller communities, and I even hear that in the larger communities it is difficult to staff a lot of those facilities. There is a shortage of journey persons across Canada, and not every journey person wants to be a teacher. And so, there's been difficulties in Yellowknife and in the communities in staffing those positions. However, there is a renewed focus on that with the transformation of Aurora College into a polytechnic university. We're looking at expanding the reach of the college into every single community in the territory, and hopefully that will help us strengthen the relationship between the college and the K-12 system, so that there can be some of those hands-on skills taught by the college or to high school students, and have some perhaps dual credit courses where students can take high school courses to get credits for the college. So that is a focus of what we're doing. We understand that we need to prepare people for the job market. We need to prepare people for the real world. And there is a focus on ensuring that we take the steps now to do that without a specific strategy as part of our overall goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, I want to relay my personal experience while attending school at Sir John Franklin. More of a comment to the Minister. Coming from a small center, this was a humbling experience. There were music classes, photography classes, automotive mechanics classes, carpentry classes, coupled with drama and the arts. There was quite a bit of action happening at the schools there. I just can't quite recall, but I think I took them all. There may be logistical challenges, but I believe we can overcome and meet those challenges head on. And I thank the Minister again for not discounting this initiative. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Taking his comment. Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, who should actually be the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Still waiting for that change. In my statement earlier today, I noted how the Yukon government has established a youth panel on climate change, and that they met virtually for the first time in January of this year. Can the minister tell us whether we will ever get a similar body for interested youth in the Northwest Territories, and if not, why? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. Climate Change Council was established in March 2021, and so they've been having meetings. Part of the development of this council is panels, and we do have a panel for youth, and we are trying to get them engaged. This summer, the ENR has some opportunities for youth to be involved, but other youth have had the opportunity to reach out to me, and I've had the opportunity to meet with them. In my former life, youth were important. I always say our foundation is our elders, and our future is our youth. So I'm more than willing to meet with them. We do have the panel, and I can tell you that the council during their meetings are really interested in developing that youth panel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to recognize the work that the member has done with youth, or the minister, I should say. There are a number of court cases in Canada against the federal and provincial governments due to their inability or unwillingness to deal with the climate emergency without fobbing off responsibility into the future, which is what our government's approach is really all about. Can the minister indicate whether our government is watching these court proceedings and perhaps watching over its shoulder for N.W.T. youth? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT is aware of these cases. The Department of ENR follows the shifts in climate change best practice and legal actions as part of their comprehensive approach to addressing climate change. Youth have a particularly important role and stake in climate change, because as we all say, that's our future. These are the people who are going to be looking after us and our planet. ENR continues to take active advantage of and providing opportunity for youth involvement, including the Youth Advisor Group and Youth Gathering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the minister for that. Of course, one of the principles of these court cases is intergenerational equity, and that is actually one of the considerations that is supposed to be used in drafting a statement of environmental values that, a statement of environmental values that explains how environmental considerations, including the right to a healthy environment, will be integrated into decisions that might have a significant impact on the environment. End of quote. And Mr. Speaker, that quote is from the Environmental Rights Act that was passed a year and a half ago in the last Assembly. We still don't have that statement of environmental values. Can the minister tell us when Cabinet will finally obey its own law and bring forward the statement of environmental values for public consultation and explain how the climate emergency was considered? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The Statement of Environmental Values required under the Environmental Rights Act will outline how the environment will be considered when government decisions are made that may have a significant impact on the environment. Specifically to the member's question, ENR has prepared a draft Statement of Environmental Values that will be ready for 90-day public comments period by the end of this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the minister for that. Sometimes I feel like, and I probably even look like a dinosaur, Mr. Speaker, but the real dinosaur here is our climate change approach, which I think is headed for extinction, as it's not going to be successful in doing our part to meet emission targets that are required to save this planet. So I'm not prepared to wait until another 2 years for Cabinet to only find out that it's not on track, it's back-end loaded with projects that will never happen. So can the minister tell us when Cabinet is going to review and revise the faulty climate change approach from the last Cabinet? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this required a lot of details, and I thank the member for getting this advance notice on it. So it's going to be a little bit longer, but I need to share this important information. The 2030 Climate Change Strategic Framework and the 2019-2023 Action Plan were developed collaboratively with Indigenous governments and organizations and other partners in N.W.T. after extensive engagement. As reported in the annual report released early this year, the N.W.T. and our partners are making a lot of progress implementing the action identified in the 2019-2023 Action Plan. I am pleased to report that all 104 action items in Part 1 of the Action Plan have been initiated and are in process. The N.W.T. Climate Change Council was established and its panels get off the ground. They will further prioritize for future actions. Progress is being made on some Parts 2 action areas. For example, funding was secured to develop a climate change adaptation plan for wildlife in the N.W.T. Additionally, the last fiscal year, 15 positions were funded across 5 N.W.T. departments to support actions on climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like, today my questions were, my member statement was on housing. You know, we have the overcrowding, we have houses that are sitting dormant, we have old housing that needs in dire need of repair. Would like to ask the Minister if she's willing to commit to doing a constituency tour with me to see firsthand and hear it from the people on what's happening with the community and the housing that situations that we're in. And when we're doing that tour, to bring a staff member to travel with her to see what's needed, like ordering windows, doors, and that. I don't have very many houses in my riding in N.W.T, but I think what we could do is do a list, because I know MTS is going to be coming and getting ready for the barging season, and hopefully we could do it before then and get, if they don't have that information already, to do the proper renovations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will commit to going into N.W.T to do a constituency tour with the MLA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to that day. Can the Minister provide an update regarding the summer retrofit programs that are in renovation season, specifically for N.W.T before MTS Sailing Day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did receive a list from my department. Currently, we have in Ulihuktuk 4 units, Paulatuk 4 units, Sax Harbor 2, and Tuk 9 as well. I also requested from my department the activity that had happened over the past 5 years, and it's quite detailed, and I will provide that to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I should have asked her last week. It's so good news. Yeah. Now we need windows and doors, Mr. Speaker, and insulation for the floors. You know, I really, this last, about a month ago, you know, I really got a disturbing text message in regards to Sax Harbor, one of the housing members there that really going through a tough time. It's really, the house is in really dire need of repair. I really look forward to seeing him and the individuals that sent that message in regards and bringing to the Minister to hear it from them as well, to get the problem fixed. The renovation, can the Minister make sure that we're committing to local contractors in the communities the work that's provided, that's being put out for renovations, making sure they're local content? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working with Indigenous partnership is a priority of our department and my leadership as minister as well. When we had announced the $60 million co-investment and the allocation of the government's $25.5 million, all Indigenous leaders were consulted, so I will follow up with the member to see if there is any interest at the community level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all the work, for instance, in Tuktoyaktuk that's happening with regards to the housing units, they got a note from the mayor regarding the gravel haul, and working together with the school and piggybacking at the same time, because the gravel trucks are so wear and tear on the road in the community. And I'm hoping that they could, Housing and Minister Archie, to work together to get the gravel haul at the same time if it's possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I will follow up with my colleague, Minister Archie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Aurora College Foundational Review paper, Brennan Hall is described as an outdated student residence, which does not conform to generally accepted student housing standards. The paper also mentions the fact that Brennan Hall is a former residential school, which has a discouraging effect on students attending Aurora College, the Batcha campus. Can the minister tell us if he considers this point to be problematic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if the fact that Brennan Hall is a former residential school is considered in its future planning use for Polytechnic University and the Department of Education? If so, how does the department contend with that fact? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was identified in that foundational review, it is problematic, and the future plan is to hopefully build a new residence. I've raised this issue with the government. Officials have raised this issue with the Government of Canada. I've raised this issue with Minister Van Dal directly. As part of the transformation of Aurora College, we need a suitable residence, and that's not a suitable residence for the world-class institution that we are creating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, with the legacy of the Brennan Hall being a former residential school, would the minister consider building a new single student residence for the future Polytechnic University? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as part of the work to transform Aurora College into a Polytechnic University, we are undertaking a facilities plan, which is going to look at the existing facilities across the territory of the college, as well as the needs for the 3 campuses, as well as each community, 4 community learning centers. That work will begin shortly. The final product will be a short, medium, and long-term plan for the infrastructure, and that residence has clearly been identified as one that we need a new one of. And this, I'm not breaking any news here. I've stated this before, that there are a few infrastructure requirements for the new Polytechnic, and a new residence in Fort Smith would be one of those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
I don't know if Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I should ask the next question, but I'll do it anyways. Mr. Speaker, considering that Brennan Hall is one of the few residential school buildings still standing in Canada, would the minister seriously consider replacement of this infrastructure as a priority for technical assessment and evaluation with 100% federal funding? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd love 100% federal funding. We do have to pay for this somehow. That's the big question, obviously. We want a new residence. We understand that it's not suitable for what we want to do with the Polytechnic, and so how we're going to pay for it is the question yet to be determined. So I can stand here and I can say we need a new one. I can't say that I have it in the budget yet, but we have already begun approaching the federal government, and we will continue to do so aggressively until we get something on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to go after my colleague from N.W.T so I could capitalize on the minister saying yes to everything. So my question is for the Minister of Housing. Will the minister commit to working with private landlords, such as Northview, to provide 24-hour security in buildings where there are chronic issues with client damage and nuisance, in particular at Norseman Manor and Simpson House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The buildings that the member is questioning are leased buildings in Yellowknife. We don't own them. They aren't Housing Corporation assets, but it doesn't stop us from having that conversation with the landlords as well in regards to providing security, or how are we going to work with the clientele in those buildings, and also the tenant damage that the member had also spoken about in her statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the minister acknowledge that while they're not the owners, there is a responsibility of the Housing Corp. These are our clients that are being put into these buildings that are creating a lot of this damage. It's not fair to expect that Northview and other landlords will pay for it always. Will the minister commit to facilitating monthly meetings between the Housing Corporation, the local housing authorities, and private landlords in order to work together to address problems as they arise before they become chronic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an encouragement I have throughout the Northwest Territories of the LHOs working with the Housing Corporation as well to try to alleviate the situations that we currently experience. I just also wanted to highlight as well that annually the Housing Corporation does receive $400,000 annually in tenant damage. So this is a way that we can work with the local housing authorities to come up with solutions and working more effectively with our tenants and our clients as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to mix it up on the minister a bit and move to my last question, so I hope she's listening because it replies to her response there. I'm glad to hear the minister say that. Will the minister commit to the creation of a maintenance or repair unit to help support private landlords in the upkeep, repairs, and damage that's caused by the housing clients in their buildings? Often this service is contracted out by the private landlords, and it's costing them a lot of money, plus there's often time delays. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than us being charged by the landlords for the damage our tenants do, but perhaps we could actually be proactive and create a unit that gives employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tenant damage is something that the Housing Corporation has worked with the tenants as well, where we're charging back the damages that were occurred, that did happen by the client, and looking at those recoveries. But this is a time to do things differently. We do have a lease, an agreement between ourselves and the landlords here in Yellowknife, and I'm open to having those conversations and to look at how we could furthermore work with our agreements in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad to hear that. It's my understanding that maintenance units within the private landlords have been cut a lot recently, so if there is some way to think outside the box where we can both take on some of that responsibility and work together, that would be great. My last question is, will the minister commit to providing special needs housing clients with suitable accommodations? I've had constituents who cannot walk properly, who are in buildings with stairs and no ramps. So I'm asking for the minister to commit that she start to look at the types of accommodations for our disabled clients and helping them to be in suitable units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to explore this idea as well to see how many special needs units we may need with tenants that do have limited mobility. I will have the conversation with my department, and I will get back to the member on the numbers that we may require throughout the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister responsible for Income Assistance, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Mr. Speaker, many elders and seniors in our territory live in poverty. and we have a high cost of living here in the Northwest Territories. The income assistance policy requires seniors to add their names to the public housing waitlist. However, seniors who need additional financial support and who own their own homes cannot add their names to the public housing waitlist. Many remote communities struggle with housing resale, and the Housing Corporation is currently encouraging home ownership as they do not have the public housing stock to accommodate the housing needs of all N.W.T residents that are currently on their waitlist. As such, will the minister reduce barriers for seniors by removing the income assistance requirements that require seniors to add their names to the public housing waitlist? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if a senior owns their own home and there's no mortgage on that home, they don't need to add their name to the public housing waitlist. If they have a mortgage, income assistance can support them with some mortgage payments. However, income assistance doesn't generally pay down debts. Yeah, I just want to make clear that if you own your own home, free and clear with no mortgage, you do not need to have your name on the public housing waitlist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, aging in place depends on family support, and without family support and multi-generational living, we would need far more than the original projection of 435 long-term care beds. The income assistance policy currently states that rent can be paid by an adult child on behalf of a parent if the dwelling is in a separate living quarter approved by a secondary suite in accordance with the local municipality. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, this is not a reality for life in the North. So will the minister support multi-generational housing by removing policy barriers that stand in the way of seniors using income assistance to age in place with the support of family? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very specific question. I believe she's quoting page 76 of the policy manual, if my memory serves me correctly, but the member makes some good points, and I'm endeavoring to find out why exactly that requirement is there. Perhaps there are other laws or fire code issues related to it. So I want to find that out, and then I can get back to the member, because if there are some easy wins, I'm always happy to do those. But I want to note that we are also working on a seniors-specific income assistance stream, recognizing that there are differences between individuals who are out of the workforce perhaps for a short amount of time and those who have aged out of the workforce. They have different needs, and there's no need to treat them identically in the same program. So things like this are exactly what we want to look at for those types of programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, both of the questions I just asked, both of those items are very clearly, and the Minister is right, on page 67 to 69 of the Policy Manual Handbook for Income Assistance. And for example, with my question with the waitlist, those items are listed in the policy manual. And so when we talk about inconsistencies with policies for seniors, this is where the inconsistencies come from. If people are applying the manual book and they're applying it differently or on a case-by-case basis, you're ending up with a different rule for one senior than you are for another. So if it's not a rule, take it out of the manual. My other frustration here today is that a lot of what I'm bringing up here are long-standing income assistance policy issues that have been brought up by multiple assemblies and by multiple people, and even people that have been commissioned by the N.W.T to create reports. One of them is the ICM report. And so I think that waiting for the end of a review to see these changes happen just isn't good enough, and we need to see change quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the Minister is, how does the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment intend to work with the Minister of Health and Social Services on the elder strategy so that we can bring these policy inconsistencies together? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Integrated service delivery is an approach I talk about often. It is the approach that we are moving towards, where we design programs for the residents, not for government. And that means not thinking what our department can do, but what the person needs, and then using a whole of government approach. And with that in mind, I can confirm that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, along with the Department of Housing and Health and Social Services, are part of an interdepartmental working group I believe they met earlier this, well, I guess in May now, and are going to continue to meet. And we're focusing on these types of programs. What can we do for seniors to help them age in place? How can we adapt our programs? What gaps are there in programs? So this work is happening at the officials level, and I am constantly pushing it at the cabinet level as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, final supplementary, member for Kemlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I promise to be much quicker. So, given that Housing Northerners seems to be a little bit of a hot potato between the Housing Corporation, Department of ECE, and Health and Social Services, will the minister commit to working with Health and Social Services and the Housing Corporation to come up with a multi-generational housing model that suits our desire to have residents age in place in their home communities? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kemlik. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's the plan. That's the reality. There are intergenerational housing arrangements right now, and as a government, we need to ensure that we're serving the people in those arrangements. Again, there's working groups. I work with my cabinet colleagues on a higher level, and this is the work we want to do. This is the work we have to do. We have to look at the realities on the ground and then design our policies and programs to meet those realities. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the minister responsible for homelessness. Mr. Speaker, it was the last government that committed to the homelessness strategy, and it was quoted by the previous minister that we needed a whole government approach to help our homelessness. So what I want to know today is, when will we see this homelessness strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The homelessness strategy is still going under review. We will have the document tabled in the fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you. So I'm hoping it'll be early in the fall, so we have time to review it before we're sitting. My next question for the minister is, bringing up my member statement, talking about the emergency shelters in the Northwest Territories. The minister last week confirmed that there is a staff person dedicated to assisting the homeless shelters in Inuvik at this time. But from my discussions that I had, there's been some confusion, and I just wanted to confirm with the minister, is there a specific person working with the homeless shelter at this time in Inuvik? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the last update that I did receive, we did have a staff person in Inuvik, but I can follow up with the member and just to making sure that we still have the support in her riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm kind of disappointed because I asked the same question last week and I got the same answer. And the homeless are still homeless and the shelter is still closed. So I'll go on to my next question. Is the minister working with the Health and Social Services minister in order to help clients that are not currently in the emergency shelter, but that are in Inuvik now, and is there some contact person that people can contact within their two departments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have to follow up with the member as well, because the Housing Corporation did have an agreement with a nonprofit organization in Inuvik, and that agreement is. We need to find nonprofit organizations to run our programming in Inuvik. So I will follow up with the member with further details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will switch my question around. What's going to happen if we have no more non-for-profit organizations to run any of our homeless shelters because they have no support and they don't have enough money to run them. So will the minister commit to working with our board that we have right now and come up with a solution? Because, like I said, it's still cold, it's snowing. You know, community is rallied together to get sleeping bags and blankets for some of the people because they're sleeping outside, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to know if this minister is going to take this serious and do something in Inuvik. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have my staff follow up with the existing board, but what the last update that I did receive is that the board had dissolved, and I'm not too sure what is happening with that board currently, but I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Spruce Bough formula of the Arnica is currently operating, getting its funding from a number of sources. They're trying to navigate the being passed around through various CMHC funding proposals, as well as getting income assistance from their clients, as well as COVID emergency funding that has come from Health and Social Services. So I'm just trying to piece together all of the funding sources to make sure that this building and this transitional housing can continue beyond the life of this pandemic. So my first question for the Minister of Health and Social Services is, what funding is currently being provided by her department to the Spruce Bough?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a dollar amount, but it is true that the funding that was extended to the Spruce Bough during the pandemic continues until September the 30th of this year, at which point we're hoping that the transition to stable and long-term funding from a variety of sources will be solidified. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess that September 30th date is the date I'm worried about, as it requires, you know, the staff to know whether they continue to have jobs and the residents to continue to know whether they have homes. Can the minister speak to what needs to happen to extend funding beyond September 30th? I really would like to walk out of this pandemic with some long-term funding for those people in transitional housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Whoops. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Spruce Bough, the Yellowknife Women's Society does some great programming at the Spruce Bough. I've visited there myself and been part of their program in the common room, where they support one another in their healing journey, and it's very impressive. And of course, as the minister, I want this program to continue. What I can say is that the department is working with the Yellowknife Women's Society, with the Department of Culture, Education, Culture and Employment, and also with the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. And there are several tasks that need to be done here. One is the Housing Corporation is working with the Women's Society and CMHC to facilitate the ownership of the building. That issue is not resolved. ECE is involved in preparing for the transition of eligible residents to income support that will pay for room and board and help the Women's Society run the building. And Health and Social Services is working on the potential continuation of the alcohol distribution or managed alcohol program, which has been operating at the Spruce Bough. So this is a multi-departmental approach. But I do believe that we all share the same goal, which is to ensure that the Spruce Bough continues to offer services well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my concern is that the Women's Society is trying their best to navigate the CMHC process, the Housing Corp process, trying to get all of its residents onto income support, and working with HSS funding. But that is a lot of things to get in line in a short amount of time. It's causing a lot of anxiety and uncertainty for that organization. Is there a path forward where we can get some sort of assurance beyond this September 30th date that they will continue to operate. For example, if the CMHC funding does not come through, can the Minister of Health and Social Services work with them to make sure there is some guarantee that this continues beyond September 30th? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, the reason Health and Social Services is involved in this conversation is that pandemic response money has been funding the Spruce Bough up to this point, and we have a commitment of that money until the end of September. When it comes to working with entities like the Housing Corporation and the CMHC, then the Spruce Bough will need to do that. They don't need the Health and Social Services as an intermediary. So really, it all depends on the course of the pandemic in terms of this short-term funding. The funding was provided in order to give vulnerable people a place to live and particularly a place to isolate during the pandemic. If it turns out that there is no longer this need because the pandemic has turned into an endemic situation and we don't have access to that funding, then this is where the rub is, and these housing entities need to come in and support the Spruce Bough. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for oral questions. Oral questions, member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I'd just like to say, Mr. Speaker, about housing in our home communities. About housing, Minister for Housing, I'd like to. Yesterday, I was in Bishop home. I sat with some few members, and they asked about their condition, their situation that we see. So this is what I'd like to ask our Minister of Housing. I asked the last sitting about there's a few homes are just sitting there empty. That has been, it's all boarded up. We see that, and some other homes have been completely and gone. Taken down, it don't longer exist. So this is why I like to ask the Minister of Housing what they're going to do with it.
Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, I can confirm that with the units that are unoccupied in Beshico, we have so far I've got 2 that are approved for demolition, and we are working with the Clecho government. But just besides of that as well too, that for Beshico we have 6 expansion units that are going to be constructed this year, and 4 public housing replacements in Beshico that will be put on the ground in the coming months. Also, we have 7 major maintenance and improvement projects also that will be taking place, and a replacement of the local housing authority office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday when I was in Butchuk, I did saw the way it looks about housing. So when you see houses, some are wood burnt and all boarded up. It's been there, sitting there for the last 10, 15 years. So for a while now that I've been standing here speaking about the housing in Butchuk. When are they going to be able to tear it down and give us a date, a target date? When? Tomorrow, next week, or next 10 years, or 15 or so? Give us a date, please. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for housing.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm just so into my notes and trying to respond. But I would like to go into Beshico and look at the units that we currently do have boarded up, because this is the largest community that we do have in the Northwest Territories. We do have a number of public housing units that are in that community. So we have a lot of work that's being done currently with the Clecho government, looking at the demolition projects or transfer of some of our units as well too. So looking at that, I would have to get back to the member with a specific date on those units that would be identified for demolition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker.
So thank you very much about coming into our home community. So again, Minister, when you do see firsthand, this is how you really know that the way it actually is. So thank you very much that you're going to be going into a bit of home about the. So most homes are not good standing right now, because right now I have to say we are forever repeating and stating that the homes are boarding up, are sitting there. It's like when we do get the ministers and the workers or firsthand to see what is going on in our homeland. Thank you very much that you would be able to see it all.
The Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like I had said before, that I would like to work with the Clecho government and the member as well too, to identify the units that we can possibly have on our list for demolition this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the minister and also there should be at least maybe 3 or 4 from the head office to see, because we know we would be able to work with them. So at times, when we do speak, and it's like we're not going ahead. So this is why when we are a minister, have our members that's sitting at the head office and they see firsthand, and this is the way we would be able to get things going and moving and working on it right away.
Thank you, member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just once again, looking at the burnt abandoned units that, I'd like to work very closely with the local housing authority as well to the district offices, and seeing how we could come to a resolution. But also we're putting units on the ground, and I think the other discussion we need to have with the Clecho government is with the abandoned units, and we need to start addressing that issue. And how are we going to be doing that? I will have to speak to the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to questioning from yesterday and questioning the Minister of Mako on funding for the Hay River Ski Club. I want the Minister to understand the importance of sport and the role it plays in building character and providing one with a healthy lifestyle and a sense of purpose. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide me with the total amount of proceeds for sports that are received through the lottery sales in the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that level of detail with me. I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important that funds raised by retailers in Hay River stay in Hay River. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister provide me with a breakdown of the total lottery funds received from each community and where they are allocated with respect to community or Aboriginal government, sports club, individual sports, and administration costs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Maka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information will be provided to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Hay River Ski Club has received proceeds from lotteries in Hay River for over 30 years. Those Hay River retailers, knowing the importance of sport and the ski club, intended the financial support would continue indefinitely. I would have expected that this government would have acknowledged that and grandfathered the ski club into receiving ongoing annual financial support. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister explain to me if the Hay River Ski Club and lottery retailers were properly informed of required changes prior to entering into the 5-year agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Speaker, the department did reach out to the non-profit sport organizations that did have where this agreement had affected them, the 5-year agreement. With those further details, I don't have that in front of me, but I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said yesterday, we are talking about $33,655 annually, which works out to 72 cents per day per member over a 6-month period. The Ski Club are very concerned as there is no funding in place for the coming year. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister commit to providing, or at least reviewing, how a longer-term financial commitment can be made to the Hay River Ski Club, as it is essential to their survival? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department has a number of sport funding pots available to organizations throughout the territory. I highly encourage the ski club to reach out, and we will provide that information to provide some sort of application support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Report, responsible for regarding the spruce bough. There's been a number of different applications throughout this. I believe that the Housing Corp is committed to part of the co-investment fund, and then the spruce bough was moved into the rapid rehousing money, and then they were not successful there. Now I believe they are back in the co-investment fund with CMHC, and the Housing Corp is still supporting their 25% of that. But can I just get an update from the Minister on where the spruce bough is at in regards to getting funding to purchase the asset? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The spruce bough had applied for a federal funding. The Housing Corporation, we still do have the 25% to support that application, but we don't have further details as we are not we don't hold that federal funding here in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I recognize that it can be frustrating for the Minister to, try and answer questions about a federal program, but I think everyone has had frustrations with that CMHC funding. I guess more broadly, there were a number of organizations who applied to the rapid rehousing funding. They put together applications, they hired architects, they went quite far along in the process and they weren't successful. Does the Minister have any, and I believe a number of those were then moved into the co-investment fund, does the Minister have any insight as to whether there is another round of federal funding coming, or those applicants will ultimately see success or a light at the end of this tunnel? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue having the conversation with the federal government on replenishing those federal pots for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think there are some lessons to be learned here and perhaps some lobbying to be done by our Housing Corp on the CMHC's processes. And I've even heard the CMHC ministers complain about some of their processes not working for the North in the past. It's a lot of the reason that the co-investment money sat there in the first place. In the spruce boughs example, there doesn't currently seem to be a path forward where they can meet the CMHC building standards for green energy and retrofitting, despite the fact that people are living there and it's working right now. the federal government and through the CMHC seems to have an unrealistic target they have to meet to actually get that building operational. Well, can I get a commitment out of the minister that they will review and probably lobby the CMHC to make some changes to make sure that money can actually flow for the reality on the ground? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be meeting with Minister Hussain next week, Wednesday, and we will be speaking about replenishing the fund for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We all want to be here today, so there you go. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on Housing Phase 1, needs for N.W.T homeowners and private landlords, and commends it to the House. The Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide a report on the first phase of their housing review, examining issues affecting homeowners and landlords. The review shines a light on the long-standing housing policy issues that have remained unsolved over decades, as well as the growing housing challenges and declining federal and territorial housing dollars. Committee members recognize the added stress COVID-19 has had on the already strained northern housing sector. Committee members are appreciative of the range of measures the government has provided to support N.W.T landlords, homeowners, and tenants through the COVID-19 crises. Committee members worry housing resources will become even more constrained as demands to support recovery efforts intensify. Committee members feel now more than ever strong leadership and action is needed to shape and strengthen the N.W.T housing sector. The following report is reflective of the response received from roughly 20 different stakeholders who shared their valuable opinions, experiences, and expertise. The recommendations in the report support the actions stakeholders say are needed to increase and improve housing stock and to decrease long-standing barriers affecting the N.W.T housing sector. The following recommendations are made to support these views. Recommendation 1. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories increase access to titled land to help homeowners and landlords meet financing and insurance obligations in N.W.T communities. Recommendation 2. To ensure clarity in federal and territorial responsibilities related to Indigenous housing, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop a policy and program barrier document to support Indigenous groups overcome barriers to qualify for federal financing programs like ministerial loan guarantees. Recommendation 3. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories partner with the northern private sector, nonprofit, and Indigenous governments to develop government lease agreements to support access to financing for the development of housing stock and programs. Recommendation 4. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories increase government funding and rental housing stock to provide supportive rental housing programs for vulnerable populations to have housing and on-site support to remain housed. Recommendation 5. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories work with community partners to create an indeterminate community-based preventative maintenance program for homeowners. Recommendation 6. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories expand and increase funding to the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Repair Program and decrease program eligibility requirements to reduce the future number of homes requiring major repairs and support solutions for existing homeowners. Recommendation 7. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories implement homeownership programs with person-centered case management to navigate the complex northern housing environment, including mortgage financing, land tenure, and affordable home insurance. Recommendation 8. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories remove interdepartmental policy requirements creating barriers for the applicants to receive the rental accommodation allowance, including requirements to be on the public housing waitlist and the payment of utility arrears. Recommendation 9. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories allow rental allowance to be portable so people can choose where they want to live and so that housing meets their need. Recommendation 10. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories remove interdepartmental policy barriers for homeowners, including requirements to be on the public housing waiting list and the payment of utility arrears. This also includes removing the policy requiring applicants to sell their homes. Recommendation 11. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop a program to help homeowners access insurance and work with homeowners to keep costs low. Recommendation 12. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories expand and develop the current home insurance benefit allowance to support future and existing homeowners. Recommendation 13. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to the recommendations contained in this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 1619 (2) Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Housing Phase 1 needs for the N.W.T homeowners and private landlords be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kamloops, motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report is deemed read and moved into Committee of the Whole. Report of Standing and Special Committees. Sorry, Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 16-19 (2) Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Housing Phase 1 needs for N.W.T homeowners and private landlords be received and moved into Committee of the Whole for future consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report will be moved into Committee of the Whole once again. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to waive Rule 99 (4) to have Committee Report 16-19 (2) moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to have waived to move the report into Committee of the Whole today. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may continue. It will be moved into Committee of the Whole today. Thank you. Report of Standing and Special Committees. Reports of Standing and Special Committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Plain language summary for Bill 30 enacted to amend the Aurora College Act. Government of the Northwest Territories response to Committee Bill 12-19 (2) report on the review of Bill 20 an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, and follow-up letter to oral question 510-19 (2) universal child care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Plain language summary for Bill 31, an act to amend the Pharmacy Act, and follow-up letter for oral question 575-19 (2), Northwest Territories Yukon border restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Plain language summary for Bill 32, an act to amend the Northern Employees Benefits Services Pension Plan Act, and Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation 2021-22 Corporate Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table the following document. Redacted meeting summaries for the N.W.T. Chamber of Mines COVID-19 Recovery Working Group, June 2020 to April 2021, obtained under access to information. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, June the 4th, 2021, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Thabacha, that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop a food security strategy by engaging Northwest Territories residents, harvesters, and agricultural producers to develop a coordinated and comprehensive approach to programs and services with specific targets, actions, and timelines. And further, that the Premier appoint a minister responsible for food security to lead this work. And furthermore, that the food security strategy include the following. The Government of the Northwest Territories prioritize the development of a food security strategy based on the lessons learned from community-based food security initiatives, and to complete this strategy in 12 to 18 months. The Government of the Northwest Territories begin interdepartmentally advancing food security by identifying principles for N.W.T. food security over the next 4 months. Government of the Northwest Territories coordinate the income assistance review with the development of a Northwest Territories food security strategy to ensure the most vulnerable residents have access to affordable and nutritious food. The Government of the Northwest Territories review the effectiveness of all Government of the Northwest Territories food security funding programs is based on the principle for achieving the Northwest Territories food security, and to revise strategy and to revise program funding where necessary over 6 to 12 months. Government of the Northwest Territories implement community-based food security coordinators in the most food insecure communities in the Northwest Territories. Government of the Northwest Territories remove all of its legislative and regulatory barriers over the next 12 months to facilitate regional sharing of harvested meat or other food products. Government of the Northwest Territories pilot an initiative immediately that improves the effectiveness of community-based freezers, kitchens, and food preparation and storage programs in the highest risk communities, and use this experience to inform the development of the food security strategy. Government of the Northwest Territories develop and implement tracking of local food production and set specific targets to improve food security. And the Government of the Northwest Territories develop and implement a Northwest Territories food security website with email and phone contacts immediately, so there's a clear point of contact in the Government of the Northwest Territories to track community concerns and advance initiatives. And furthermore, that the government respond to this motion within 120 days. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, June 4th, 2021, I will move the following motion. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, that when this House adjourns on Friday, June 4th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, October 14th, 2021. And further, that any time prior to October 14th, 2021, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that this House shall meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet in the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. And Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will be seeking... No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my notice of motion.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Whereas table document 413 N.W.T, Emerging Stronger, Planning the N.W.T Social and Economic Recovery Together, has been tabled in this House. Now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River South, that table document 413-19(2), Emerging Stronger, Planning the Northwest Territories Social and Economic Recovery Together, be referred to Committee of the Whole for consideration. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The document will be moved into the Committee of the Whole. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 30, an Act to amend the Aurora College Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Aurora College Act to create a new approach to governance based on the introduction of a competency-based board. The bill also reallocates power from the minister to the board to allow Aurora College to operate at arm's length from the minister, and limits the role of the minister in the operations of Aurora College, while legislating the role of the minister in approving the mandate of Aurora College. The bill clarifies the powers and duties of the board and creates the Academic Council and the Indigenous Knowledge Holders Council to advise the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 30 has received second reading and is referred to Standing Committee. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 31, an Act to amend the Pharmacy Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Pharmacy Act to add a definition of unscheduled substance, allow a person to sell an unscheduled substance from any retail outlet if certain conditions are met, require a person who sells a prescribed unscheduled substance by retail or who supplies or distributes such a substance to meet certain conditions when selling, supplying, or distributing the substance, establish regulation-making authorities relating to the retail sale, supply, or distribution of prescribed unscheduled substances, allow a pharmacist to dispense a drug under the authority of an electronic prescription if certain conditions are met, change an outdated reference to a schedule of a federal regulation to make the reference current and accurate, and replace in the English version gender-specific language with gender-neutral language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 31 has received second reading and referred to Standing Committee. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nahende, that Bill 32, an Act to amend the Northern Employees Benefits Services Pension Plan Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Northern Employees Benefits Services Pension Plan Act to ensure continued effective regulation and oversight of the NEBS pension plan. This bill redefines and names the pension committee required under the Act, changes the requirements for the composition of the pension committee, clarifies the ability of the pension committee to make rules, policies, and procedures addressing matters including those prescribed by regulation, and allows the Commissioner in Executive Council to make regulations creating temporary exemptions from the Act or temporary variations of provisions of the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 32 has received second reading and is referred to a standing committee. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 25. Member Statement 161-19 brackets 2. Table document 411-19 brackets 2. Table document 412-19 brackets 2. Table document 413-19 brackets 2. Committee report 16-19 brackets 2. With member for Nevicton Lake signature.
The whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The committee wishes to deal with table document 411-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2122, and committee report 16-19 brackets 2, report on housing phase 1, needs for N.W.T homeowners and private landlords. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee will take a short recess and resume with the first item. Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 411-19-2 supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 1 2020-2022. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here to present supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 1 2021-2022. This supplementary estimates document proposes a total increase of $106.7 million, comprised of the following major items. $99.3 million for infrastructure expenditures funding for projects that were not completed in 2020-2021. This amount is fully offset by lapses and appropriations in 2020-2021. $2.5 million to increase the community public infrastructure funding to support communities in reducing the municipal funding gap. That concludes opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Will the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on your right is Jamie Cooey, Assistant Deputy Minister for the Department of Finance, and on your left is Terence Coutre, the Director of the Management Board Secretariat.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for general comments. Seeing no general comments, we'll review the supplementary estimates by department. The committee has agreed to forego general comments on each department. Does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee has agreed to begin the review with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Committee will begin on page 6. Are there any questions or comments in regards to education and culture employment? Okay, supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 1 2022 Department of Education, Culture and Employment operations expenditures junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services not previously authorized $2,566,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can someone tell me, is all of this carryovers? I guess it's for some schoolwork in Yellowknife and N.W.T. All of this is carried over from the previous year. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm on the wrong page, but yes, it is all indeed carryovers.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I raised this in previous capital budgets. I'd understood the Department of Finance was going to develop some kind of a tracking system for carryovers, because we've had growing and very significant carryovers over a period of time, and that's another question I'll ask at some point. But and the tracking system was supposed to kind of categorize the reasons for carryovers. Sometimes it's got to do with cash flow from another party, or inability to get the money out the door, or there's no contractors available to do the work, or weather, or whatever. Is that tracking system now in place, and what are we learning from it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, there certainly is a lot of work that's underway looking at broadly how the government manages carryovers and responds and reports on carryovers. So I can't say that I necessarily have a complete answer at this point, but there are a few things in the works, and perhaps I'll just pause. I'll turn it over to Mr. Cooey, please, just to give an update as to what some of the most recent thinking is that we're on that. Just knowing that, again, some of that would have to, of course, come through. Any final decisions would have to come through, of course, this assembly, as well as any other process of consensus government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've been working with departments on kind of the timing of their projects. These are mostly your carryovers are due to multi-year projects. So we've been working with departments on the timing of those projects and their budget allocations, and we've worked with them through the 21-22 capital estimates, and we're working with them now on the 22-23 on those cash flows. So that is some work we've been doing with them recently. We are developing a process right now to develop more standard substantiation sheets. I know members of the Financial Management Board and members of the House would see substantiation sheets with those capital estimates. What we're doing is kind of going to roll that same process into the carryover process. So when we do have carryovers, there will be a substantiation sheet that we could provide as a package to everybody, which kind of has the details for why the project is delayed and needs to be carried over, the new timing of the project, and some level of detail. And within that, we can classify those to see look at some of the trends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think what I can take from our guests is that we're just setting up the system now, and that we'll have a clear sense, I don't know, a year from now, what some of the reasons are for the large carryovers that we're incurring. Is that, I guess, what I'm hearing? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's a number of reasons why there'd be carryovers, and I think the goal right now is that rather than having each and every department provide the rationale or the reason, department by department comes to MBS. MBS is going to be creating a system whereby it will be more uniform, so that it can then be reported back to this chamber in a way that again is more uniform, and so that rather than taking a bit of the subjectivity out of it and being able to report back more clearly, so that if there are in fact trends across the whole of government, that those can be identified more readily. As it is right now, I'm certainly conscious of time, but I can certainly speak to some broad thoughts on why there are sometimes large carryovers, particularly on the large projects, which is then what leads to the large dollar sums that are there. And I think some of those trends are already apparent, but what we'd like to do is, again, provide a method and a methodology of reporting that is more clear and more uniform. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, okay, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I guess this gets back to some of the reasons why I actually voted against the capital budget, because I just felt it was unrealistic, and there was, I think, almost half of the money in the capital budget was a carryover from the previous year, and I just felt that there's no way we're actually going to be able to get all this money out the door during a pandemic, and I'm concerned about probably getting some of this money out the door even in this SUP as well. So yeah, until we get a better tracking system and a more realistic capital budget that doesn't overspend, in my humble opinion, I have a difficulty approving some of these items, but I do understand the need for some of this work to carry on, and I think that's all I've got to say for now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions, comments? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment Operations expenditures, junior kindergarten to grade 12, school services not previously authorized, $2,566,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. All right, so we'll move to supplementary estimates. Oh. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment Operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $2,566,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 7, Supplementary Estimates Infrastructure Expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure Operations Expenditures, Asset Management not previously authorized, $2,208,000. Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious then if the department or the minister can speak a little bit to, was there any incurred or extra incurred costs as a result of deferring maintenance on some of these projects? And if so, would the additional costing be included in this 2.2, or would there be potentially further additional costs down the road? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would propose to send that over, I think probably to Mr. Coutre to speak to.
Mr. Coutre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amounts presented in the proposed in the carryover document do not include any additional costs for future periods. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done. Yeah.
That's it. All right. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Could we just get some more information on what the deferred maintenance projects that weren't completed were and why? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Madam Chair, yes, for that level of detail, again, I'm going to send that, if I might, to Mr. Coutre, please.
Mr. Coutre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have a detailed list of all the projects that are being proposed for carryover. This portion of the deferred maintenance is under the operations expense. So these are typically small maintenance projects, less than $50,000. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is just a comment for finance and infrastructure. I believe the last time I asked about our deferred maintenance deficit, it was about $462 million of deferred maintenance to get our assets up to par. I just don't understand when we have such a massive deficit, and the Department of Infrastructure has consistently, stated that they need more money for deferred maintenance, and if we're going to get our assets up, we need to be maintaining them. I fully support that. I just, it becomes harder to navigate through the Financial Management Board and through committee and through the Legislative Assembly to get more money for deferred maintenance if you let it lapse. And especially on these smaller projects, I don't understand how we're not getting this money out the door when our deferred maintenance budget is so enormously large. So, yeah, just a comment there to make sure we're maintaining our assets, because it only costs us a lot more money in the long run. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, thank you. So, there is a standing amount for deferred maintenance, but, a concern being raised on that regard, I would suggest perhaps a comment from the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the member had mentioned this in a previous assembly, and we talked about deferred maintenance program. Yes, we have a high number of deferred maintenance and within some of our assets. We look at some of the things that we're doing going forward as Department of Infrastructure. The ongoing assessments are to be completed so we could determine the work plan for some of the upcoming years. We are in the process of developing a asset condition report card to be able to provide annual reporting on any of our assets and how we look at some of our deferred maintenance. And just looking back to some of the maintenance, there are valid reasons to be able to look at lengthy timelines for environmental assessments, consultation engagement process, procurement issues, and that's something the Department of Finance and Infrastructure are working on. And I'm not going to use up the members' time talking about all the different reasons for some of our valid reasons for carry forward, other than those are just to name a few. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further question, comments under this section? Seeing none. Right. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Infrastructure operation expenditure, asset management not previously authorized, $2,208,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Infrastructure operation expenditures, programs and service not previously authorized, $8,046,000. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious, I know that the Inuvik Wind project was somewhat delayed or had been uncertain at one point of whether it was going to go forward. I don't know what the best way to phrase that is. So that would probably have resulted, obviously, in this lapse or this continuation. I'm just curious to know how often can this money continue to be carried over from year to year under the ISIP funding, which perhaps I should know as a former infrastructure minister, but could it continue on, and what is the likelihood of the Inuvik Wind project now continuing on and being completed in a timely manner, in which case we wouldn't be worried about lapses of funding? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know the specifics on that. Perhaps I'll turn it over to, but the Minister of Infrastructure might.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the project, the ISIP for this project ends in 2027. Oh, my gosh, I wish it were done then. 2027, 2028. And, you know, each year, Madam Chair, we do get permission from Canada to be able to do some of these carry forwards. And with that, we're able to justify some of the reasons and rationales on, you know, the struggles we did have about, you know, trying to proceed ahead with the Inuvik Wind project and, you know, trying to engage the community and form the partnerships to be able to do some of this work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, I'm really glad to hear about the time frame, and again, I probably should have known that, and also wish it was done in 2017 as well. I guess I just have questions a little bit about the $500,000 amounts for the two other funding pots there. Just curious to know if those were the contributions to get the dollars out of the out of the federal government. Is that the N.W.T contribution amount? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm quite confident Mr. Coutre knows the answer to that, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $500,000 proposed to carry over for those two projects is inclusive of N.W.T money and federal money. It's to encompass work expected to be completed in the 21-22 fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I remember sitting in the chamber in August of 2019 when the House approved, I didn't agree with it, money for the YELLOWKNIFE transmission line. Have we actually spent any money on this? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously, if there's some carryover that is required, so there's certainly some work yet to be done. Neither the Minister or I were here in August of 2019, but I'd suggest perhaps if the Minister of Infrastructure can provide some update as to the status of the project, that might be the place to go.
Thank you. Oh, Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so you know, you look at the YELLOWKNIFE transmission line and, you know, some of the, how it aligns under our 2030 energy strategy, and, you know, it is a priority for this government to be able to look at some alternative energy solutions. And yes, we did spend some money, you know, and we did some technical studies. We did review and update preliminary environmental studies, looking at additional traditional knowledge and some of the land use studies as well. So yes, Madam Chair, we did do some work on this transmission line. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I get a commitment out of the Minister to provide a list of the studies, their cost, and could she make the studies available if I ask for them, on a confidential basis, of course? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, not knowing exactly the entirety of the studies, I'd certainly commit to get a list of what exactly has been done and confirm if there is some reason that they can't be made public, or made confidentially available. I will provide an explanation as to why.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, one of the issues that I had with the YELLOWKNIFE transmission line back in 2019 and remains so today is for the cost of the project, and I tabled documents in the last assembly that showed for the cost of doing the YELLOWKNIFE transmission line, you could actually get mini hydro in 3 Clecho communities for about the same cost. So why would we build this huge transmission line to one community when we could actually get sustainable alternative energy in 3 different communities? I just don't get it. Can the Minister tell me whether any analysis has been done around that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Madam Chair, I can't speak to what may or may not have been presented by the member back in 2019. I can say that the Clecho government, I understand, is in support of this transmission project, and it certainly is part of the priorities of this government to ensure that we are working with Indigenous governments, particularly on projects that are on Indigenous lands. I'm not sure where the disconnect is between the information that's available. So perhaps in those studies, it may well answer those questions. The information I have available to me is that, in fact, transmission will be much more durable and last many times much longer than what the mini hydro would, which certainly factors in terms of the costing, as well as in terms of the operations and maintenance costs, that it's much easier, much cheaper to maintain. And certainly can set the stage for other projects in the region that are hydro-based. So, Madam Chair, I'll pause there, and certainly if there's more detail that we would like to get into on the specifics of the project in the review of this so I'll be welcome to another question, and I can turn it back to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks to the Minister for that level of detail. Kind of hard for me to understand why mini hydro would be any less durable or last less time than a big hydro project like Snare, which actually requires a massive investment to replace turbines and all kinds of stuff. And your technical folks will know way more about the work that's required in the Snare system to keep it going. Because that was built in the 1940s and is going to require a massive investment to modernize and update it again. So, yeah, if there's any more detailed work that's been done to do some sort of comparison between mini hydro versus building a huge oversized transmission line to one community, I would love to see that. So can I get a commitment out of the Minister to search their archives and find out if that kind of analysis was actually done and share the information? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, this is going to be studies and information done by expertise within infrastructure, so I'll turn it back to the Minister of Infrastructure again, please.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear it turned over to me, but I'd be quite happy to answer that question. So, I mean, you look at the YELLOWKNIFE transmission line, and I do want to say that it is more reliable than mini hydro. And not only that, but sometimes what seems to be the cheapest option isn't always the best option. However, there were cost estimates done on a potential 1.2 megawatt mini hydro project on the Lamarck River about a decade ago. We look at the Clecho government and just working with the to look at some of the projects at the same site, however, could serve some of the YELLOWKNIFE and the North Slave as well. Yeah, I think, you know, that is something that we can look at as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, while the Minister is looking at it, could she commit to share that information with this side of the House? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was, you know, when this project first started, there was a lot of work that was put into it to be able to determine whether it's feasible or not to continue with this project. And this is something that we are looking at in terms of some of the reports and the work that infrastructure has done to be able to have a look at the projects. That's perhaps something we can look into, and if we're able to share it, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I look forward to the Minister opening the vaults and sharing that information, and when I get it, I'll look at it carefully and probably have lots more questions about this money, because I just think that we would get a much bigger bang for our buck and help serve 3 communities for the same cost of doing this one project that I just think is not, you know, look, there was a lot of feasibility work done on the mini hydro projects as well. That was in some of the information I tabled in the last assembly. And yeah, I just don't get why our government wants to invest in this large project that is, I don't think it's even, I understand the need to get a sustainable and durable power supply to YELLOWKNIFE, but I don't think this is the best way to do it, in my opinion. But I'm more than happy to look at the information the Minister is going to provide to me. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I will take that as a comment. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure Operation Expenditures, Programs and Service not previously authorized, $8,046,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure Operation Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $10,254,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on page 8. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, our Department of Municipal and Community Affairs Operation Expenditure, Regional Operations not previously authorized, $2,500,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I usually try to find something nice to say about my cabinet colleagues, at least once a day, and this is a good one. So I want to compliment them for finding some money to start to close the municipal funding gap. But can someone tell me what the current, calculation of the municipal funding gap is? I know there was some targets set in the mandate that cabinet developed. So how much is the gap, and how does this meet the mandate commitments, and how close are we getting? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, we'll certainly see if in fact there's an estimate that perhaps the Department of Finance might be aware of, although I'm not sure. I mean, again, that's not necessarily the information we would have brought on the supplementary estimates for this particular SUP, but sorry, Madam Chair. The commitment that was made in the priorities is, of course, to reduce the funding gap by $5 million. So we certainly are taking a significant step towards that with this additional $2.5 million here on this, at least even in a one-time event. But yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to commit to get back on an update with the numbers as to what this will do to the municipal funding gap. I don't think I have that here in terms of this infrastructure stuff.
Sorry, Minister, was it for who? Oh, you'll get commit, okay. Okay. Any further questions, comments? No. All right, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs operations expenditures, regional operations not previously authorized, $2,500,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $2,500,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you, committee. Committee, we will now consider the Legislative Assembly on page 9. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Legislative Assembly capital investment expenditures, Office of the Clerk not previously authorized, $966,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Legislative Assembly capital investment expenditures, Legislative Assembly total not previously authorized, $966,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Education, Culture and Employment on page 10. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditures, cultural heritage and languages not previously authorized, $216,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditures, junior kindergarten to grade 12, school services not previously authorized, $10,498,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $10,714,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on page 11 and 12. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, capital investment expenditures, corporate management not previously authorized, $184,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, capital investment expenditures, environment protection and waste management not previously authorized, $184,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, capital investment expenditures, environment stewardship and climate change not previously authorized, $140,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, capital investment expenditures, forest management not previously authorized, $854,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resource, capital investment expenditures, wildlife and fish not previously authorized, $1,314,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Member for Mafui.
Madam Chair, I know we touched on this with the minister. The walk-in freezer for a whopping $150,000. Is it necessary to have a freezer? Because if there's meat that's seized from the hunters, usually it goes to the communities. It should go to the communities. If you have meat in a freezer for over a year, obviously it goes bad. And I think there is a process where they usually take footage of what they've seized from or taken from the hunters, and that's proof as evidence. I'm just wondering why we need a walk-in freezer for $150,000 to store the meat that's been taken away from hunters. They should be going to the communities. So I'm just curious, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the Minister of ENR is quite keen to speak to this one, please.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need the freezer because we had over 150 or 140 caribou that were killed illegally in the mobile zone. Unfortunately, we can't cut up the meat and put it away. We need to have it as evidence. We've seen a court case now that the JP actually said we had to give some caribou back, and they wanted exactly what it killed. So we need the unit to be able to store the caribou, the evidence, until the court case is dealt with. Once the court case is dealt with, we then do give the meat out to the communities that did not, I repeat, did not be part of the illegal hunt. So if Community A did the legal hunt, we would give the meat to Community B, C, and D. So we need this $150,000 freezer to make sure that we keep the caribou that are illegally killed intact. They're cleaned out, but they're kept intact, and we need to be able to put them in there. And as you're well aware, trying to put these 150 caribou into a nice small freezer does not work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mafui.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's very difficult to accept that, where the 150 caribou is obviously stored in a freezer will not be presented in court, the actual meat. It will be stored in a freezer, and freezer burn and such, and after a year, 5 years, nobody will want that kind of meat. Madam Chair, for $150,000, that can create a teacher position in the community, or a renewable resource officer position that can monitor these illegal hunters. I think we can do more with this money than an actual freezer, where we can have footage of pictures after pictures presented. It's always been a case where court proceedings, evidence is always pictures. It's not actual caribou in a courtroom. So I find that hard to believe. We're pushing for this freezer into this budgeted area of ENR, where I feel that it should be expended elsewhere. And the minister came out with some arguments of 150 illegal caribou that's been hunted, but it will not be presented in a courtroom, the actual caribou meat per se, Madam Chair. So it's very hard to justify approving this $150,000 for a freezer. I don't think it's needed. We've been doing without it all these years. And yes, there's been a legal hunt, but after we do captures of all the evidence, the pictures, the case, the reports, then give out the meat. Why sit on the meat? Like, it's badly needed in the communities. We're forced not to hunt in our own backyard, and here we have to store them till such years, not sure how long. So, yeah, Madam Chair, it's frustrating sitting here looking at this 150,000, it can be much better spent elsewhere. Let's hire more officers. Let's hire traditional hunters to work with these ENR officers. That's better well spent than a freezer. That's my take, Madam Chair. Mussey.
Thank you, Member from Montfouille. Minister of Finance, did you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I mean, I certainly sympathize that it's a lot of money for what it's, essentially being portrayed as being an evidence locker. But in this particular case, because they are dealing with obviously hunters, if in fact a case is found where the hunter may not have been hunting illegally, well, then that meat needs to go back to that hunter and their family. Wouldn't necessarily get distributed to other members of other communities. So I think that's part of the challenge that is faced, and it's particularly in the North Slave region where I understand there are smaller freezers available for other communities to store meat generally, but in this case, the amount of meat that is being seized in the North Slave region as a result of investigation processes before the resolution of the file is putting them in a situation where they don't know the resolution of the case, don't know yet who's going to have access to that meat, don't want to have wastage, and I think that's part of the reason for the need here. It's certainly not to bring meat into the courtrooms, and it's an intention is to do what I think the members was initially getting at, that to not waste the meat, but to make sure it goes to the right party. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Montfouille.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously I'm not getting through this government. I'd like to know if there's been an engagement with the elders, traditional hunters. What were their thoughts on spending this 150,000 towards a freezer? I'm not sure if there's been any engagement with the traditional harvesters that go out on land every year to that area, and I go there every year. I see people hunt and for their families, and so has there been any engagement with those traditional hunters? There's quite a few of them, not only from our region, from outside region too. So maybe I'll leave it at that because I'm not really getting answers that I was expecting, but has there been any engagement, Madam Chair? Mussey.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that level of question around what ENR may have done, I would say is appropriate to turn to the Minister of ENR, please.
Thank you. Minister of ENR.
So, thank you. No, we didn't go out and engage with our Indigenous elders and that to get the freezer. We are trying to have a place where we can keep the evidence within, so it doesn't melt, it doesn't get destroyed, and we can, after the court case, then we give it out. It's not years, it's not a year, it's within a time frame that we have the court system and we need to follow the court system. And what we found just recently in our last court case that went in there, basically we were told we had to give back 2 caribou. 2 caribou exactly. We had a caribou that was missing a part and we could get charged with contempt. I understand the frustration here, but I would love to not have people out there illegally hunting. We have amazing hunters out there that have done a great job. Unfortunately, we have individuals who do not hunt responsibly, and we need to put this meat in a freezer so that we can follow the court system, and once the court system is done, within a timely manner, the meat is distributed to our Indigenous partners or the communities that do not do the illegal hunt. I understand the frustration. I'd love to say we could spend more money, but we need to do it so we can do things legally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, I only have 30 seconds here, but it's due to these issues or committing 150,000 towards a freezer that there hasn't been any engagement with harvesters. That's why we question things here in the House. We need to be accountable government. And where does the issue lie? The issue lies with illegal hunting. Let's put our manpower towards that. Let's have a monitoring mechanism, enforce that even further. That 150,000 can go towards that. That's what I'm saying. But obviously, minister and the government doesn't feel the same way. So I'll just leave it at that. It's on our record. Masi.
Thank you, member for Mafui. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to not comment on the caribou issue here. I guess stepping back, I think in our operations budget, we still have a bit of a problem with departments in March Madness, and then with our infrastructure budget, we seem to have the opposite problem where we can't get money out the door, and we see these quite a large carryovers. And I guess I don't want to get too much into the details, but there's $70,000 for a patrol vehicle here. How do we not manage to buy a vehicle within a year, and why does something like that have to go all the way back up through the Financial Management Board and come back to the floor of the House? I just don't understand how that can even happen, how we can't get the money out the door. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was thinking I had the opportunity to speak a little more broadly as to why we have carryovers and how that works. But if the question is specifically about a patrol vehicle, I can certainly turn that over to Mr. Coutre.
Coutre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would need to go back to the department. I do know that in many cases there has been a delay in delivery of assets, and we're going to try not to blame COVID too much, but in some cases that was the case. But in this specific instance, I would need to go back to the department, ma'am.
Thank you. Any further? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll bite. I'm wondering if the minister can then please provide some information on carryovers, especially when in a COVID time we're very dependent on government finances in order to keep businesses working. And I'm also wondering if in that explanation the minister can also speak to the difference between carryovers and lapses. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to speak to that under any context here. So, and I know that this was raised originally by one of the other members earlier with the description that sometimes the capital plan is, described as unrealistic. But the reality is we are right now constrained by the fact that we have to do year-over-year appropriations, so that for every project, no matter what size or how large, from buying of a vehicle up to the construction of a health center, we have to come back every year. But yet many of these projects are not year-over-year contracts. Many of them are in fact going to be multi-year projects, many-year projects involving, tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to their completion. So, and yet we have to come back every year and put a number in to reflect some sort of estimate of spending. And the challenging part, or one of the challenging parts of that, of course, is that often and happily, we have a lot of federal dollars that we are being funded from various funding pots out of the federal government, which then may not necessarily line up with the project itself. So it may be that the project gets 4 years of federal funding spread equally in portions over those 4 years, and we have to provide our own contribution to it, when in fact the project is going to be only a small amount spent in the first year, a lot spent in the second and third, and then a small amount spent as it's wrapping up in the fourth year. But the amount that's not being spent in that first year simply gets carried forward to when it does get spent. So, so some of this problem and some of this challenge really is just the fact of how the projects are unfolding. And then they wind up getting carried over to reflect when the work's actually getting done, because it's a big project and it takes time to get going. I think I hit all the highlights there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions, comments under this? Seeing none, I'll call that page. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2020, 2021. Sorry, 2021, 2022, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, capital investment expenditures, wildlife and fish not previously authorized, $1,314,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Environment, Natural Resource, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $2,676,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Finance on page 13. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance, capital investment expenditures, information system, shared services, not previously authorized, $6,966,000. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what I understand the building of infrastructure climate in the north and that it is very difficult and that the federal government flows on multi-year funding. I don't understand the software climate in the government, but as far as I can tell, information systems shared services cannot seem to get its projects done on time and on budget. And there's $7 million here to purchase software. So I don't know how we could blame COVID or a barging system or anything else. So can I just get a bit of an explanation of why we are seeing a lot of these programs and softwares, which I'm quite excited for, further carried over. And I know a couple of these are far from being done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I am also very excited about a lot of these projects, but I will say it's not a simple matter of purchasing software the way I might go down and get a new Microsoft Outlook or whatever other brand one might choose to use. These are projects that involve going back to individual departments and often multiple departments in order to determine the needs, in order to bring everything together in terms of responding to the various needs, the data needs, converting data. And I'm seeing that having in many occasions, as the minister responsible, gone back to our Chief Information Officer and asked for detailed explanations project by project as to the status and what's gone wrong and why it's not being advanced as quickly as I might like, and as any one of us might like. But it's because it's not a simple matter of just going out and turning on a switch. There's a large amount of data that is under old systems that needs to be converted in some cases. There's translation issues in some cases. And in other instances, there simply are opportunities that come up, one example I might give actually would be under the, with respect to the Mineral Resources Act and work that's happening there and trying to make sure that the regulatory system is ready to go. So, I've given a few explanations. I think there's enough time, Madam Chair. I might just suggest if I could send it to Mr. Kutry, who I know had some of the details about different projects, and if he could speak again just generally to the ISSS projects and some of the reasons for individual delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kutry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A number of projects were delayed for rescoping reasons and then trying to find an appropriate supplier to deliver on the rescoped project. There was a couple other projects where the planning phase was delayed, and this speaks to what the minister just mentioned with working with all the other departments, which have delayed a couple of the projects in that list as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I struggle sometimes to understand the whole information system shared services in the IT world, but I also struggle to understand why it moves so slowly sometimes. I guess I'd like to narrow in a little here on the Mineral Administration Registry System, the MARS system. My understanding is that the $1.2 million carried over here is actually a total of something about $4.5 million for our new mineral registry system. Can I get an update on when that will be complete, and more specifically, when we will have online map staking in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am also quite keen to pay attention to this particular project, and I will admit I don't necessarily have my ITI binders open in front of me at the moment, but So let me commit to ensuring that we give a full update to the House with respect to the MARS system program. I believe actually now part of the delay here is in fact to make it something that's even better. So there were delays. There were delays in terms of preparing the regulations under the Mineral Resources Act last spring as a result of COVID, then the hiring challenges again last spring and summer when focus of hiring was with respect to responding to the pandemic. Things are in place, people are in place, and the work to deliver on the regulatory framework wherein this system would have to fit is now underway. So it's moving along, and as far as an updated timeline, again, I do have it, just not in front of me, so I will certainly commit to providing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to try and get one more commitment out of the Minister. We have spoken before about the N.W.T online services program. I see phase 2 is in here. There are a number of great services. We are moving online, and I know that has been delayed. Can we get a commitment out of the Minister to get an update on the N.W.T online services program? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do have a date in my head, but I don't want to get it wrong. Let me turn it to Mr. Cooey and see if he has that date in front of him, please.
Thank you. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The notes I have are that it will be complete this fiscal year before March 31st, 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments under this? Seeing none, I'll call that page, that section again. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance capital investment expenditures, information shared services not previously authorized, $6,996,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Finance capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $6,996,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Committee will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services on page 14. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I am happy to see what appears to be the end of the saga of the Norman Wells Health Centre. We are settling for $4,750,000. I guess I don't even know where to begin with this one. Do we have some lessons learned for the Norman Wells Health Centre, specifically what caused the delays? I know there was a bit of a debate about how many change orders the N.W.T were responsible for, but I'm just trying to figure out how we make sure we don't see settlements in our infrastructure budgets again for $5 million. So there's some lessons to be learned out of the Norman Wells Health Centre settlement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there certainly was, I think, quite a bit of analysis done to understand the reasons for the delay in this particular case, that is part of what went into, of course, to the process of determining what the appropriate settlement might be and how the N.W.T might approach the problem, first from the front end of resolving the matter, but also then using that information going forward. So I will, again, go back to the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Health and Social Services to confirm how much of that can be provided to the members confidentially. Obviously, some of that information would have been prepared in the course of litigation preparation, so I just want to confirm that it's not privileged, and if it's not, we will certainly get more information to the member.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I feel that there is some public interest here in reiterating the facts here that Clark Builders sued us for $16 million on the Norman Wells Health Centre, and I believe that is public knowledge. There's a court case, and then we settled for what is now appeared to be $4.75 million. And a lot of the delays, my understanding, were on the N.W.T in a number of change orders and disagreements with the contractor. And I believe the Office of the Fire Marshal also caused some number of those delays. which we are also in court with. I don't yet believe that has been resolved, so I guess I would like a commitment out of the minister to perhaps provide some more information on what are the lessons coming out of the building of the Norman Wells Health Centre and long-term care facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that getting into these, exactly as to who was to blame is delving far too closely into what may well be subject to a settlement agreement signed with another party on behalf of between the N.W.T. So again, I'm going to take a pause on this one. That does not to say that there's not lessons to be learned from projects that run delays and that opportunity isn't available to the N.W.T. Just that this might not be the shining moment where we can do that because we've signed an agreement that comes with, an agreement with the other party to maintain some confidentiality. So I'll go back and look at whether this is a chance to get into the determination as to who owed who what and why, or if in fact there's a way to share that with members, or if not to share with public, or if in fact a more general example might be better served for that purpose. The purpose, of course, being to understand when there's an overage, when there's a delay, why are some of the reasons for that. So that is certainly one that we can look to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yeah, it's my understanding this is quite a large number here of the $22 million for all these projects. However, the substantive amount being the $13 million of the health center in Toledo, which I know for a fact is being carried over because of inability to get in and build during COVID. I'm assuming, or there's issues there. So could the minister or the department maybe speak a little bit to, is this normal for this amount of money, or is this generally a lot due to the COVID or the inability to spend money last year during COVID? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to the specifics of this amount for health, then that may be a question for the Minister of Health, but I think where I'm going here is in terms of just the overages or the carryovers generally. Then for that, Madam Chair, if I might turn it back over to Mr. Cooey to speak to what extent these carryovers are, again, within a range of quote-unquote normal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think the member's correct. There's one big project in here for almost $14 million that unfortunately was a direct impact of COVID and the ability to access the community for the project. I would say outside of that one, the rest of them are fairly common average for carryovers for this department, and there are multiple large projects that they do undertake every year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I see that Stanton Legacy building renovations is also in here. A much smaller number. That one's at $3 million. And I'm just wondering if the minister can speak to the timeline on that building and when they expect the building renovations to be complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Minister of Health can speak to that one, please.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the renovations are ongoing now. They're expected to take about another 14 or 15 months. After that, there'll be a period of commissioning the building, and patients will arrive at the beginning of in the spring of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the commissioning of the building, what's entailed in that? And that is about a year-long process, is it? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what's involved in commissioning, but there is a 6-month period allocated for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
No, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
No further questions? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, and administrative and support services not previously authorized, $117,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investments, expenditures, health and social services program not previously authorized, $27,392,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $27,509,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment on page 15 and 16. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recently saw the announcement that we got a contractor for the new fish plant in Hay River. Excited to see that. I've heard less about the remote fishery collection stations, and I see the $1 million is being carried over here. Can I just get an update on where those are at and when we can expect to see that work start? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this construction work is expected in the current fiscal year 21-22. I think with some expectation that it may indeed be even as early as this fall, but certainly within the next within the 21-22 fiscal, as I've said, it'll be getting started. And it's a project that has involved the collection stations are involving some discussions with communities around the lake, including the City of Yellowknife, Fort Resolution Métis Council, the N.W.T First Nation, so the last year was a bit delayed. One of the other delays, I shouldn't say of course, one of the other delays was with respect to the fact that we do, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans federally is responsible for what is going on the waters, and there's been some need to have inspections done with them, but that, I believe we have that all resolved as well. So yes, that's the reason for the carryover. This is yet another one that has a bit of a COVID element to it, but it is progressing, and it is at this point now progressing smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to hear that, and I'm glad to hear we've gotten through the DFO inspection process. I know that was not easy for a couple aspects of this. I guess the last public information I've kind of seen on this is in regards to the entire fishery revitalization plan, which sets out some idea for the remote collection stations, but based on what the minister said there seems to be quite a bit of progress. And I guess I'm just looking for a commitment that we get, some public information about where exactly they're going to go and how large they are and when we can expect to see them operating. I think this is very much a good news story. I just would like to be further updated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member or Minister?
Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I'm happy to provide that update. I mean, I'm speaking to it because I've been receiving, as Minister of ITI, updates regularly, and in fact only just quite recently on some of this. So let me put that together, and happy to commit to getting more information. It is a good news story, and yeah, there's been some delays, but it does seem as though some of that's been worked through now with respect to how to manage the inspections that are required with DFO. So we'll certainly commit to getting that out.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the fish plant, was there any cost increase because of building costs that maybe have occurred since the original budget? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have the financial details here, and I'm not sure whether either of the witnesses might have it. There were original cost overages from the original time when the project was first conceived, but in terms of the awarding of this contract, I mean, that I believe was spoken to at last year's or at a previous occasion of reviewing the infrastructure plans. So there hasn't been any changes in the last several months as far as moving the project forward. But as far as the original costs, the changes in cost, again, as I say, I know there were changes to the costs, and I just don't remember what the numbers were. So I'll see if Mr. Cooey might know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the Minister spoke to it quite well. There was an increase to the project budget through the 21-22 capital estimates. I think that the project was increased to about $8.2 million to fulfill the budget or the projected cost of the project at that time, but there have been no increases to that budget as a result of COVID and commodity prices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because of the rising cost of material and that, do we have a contingency built in to offset any additional material costs or labor? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my understanding is there tends to be contingencies often built in, but so I expect that this is no different in this particular project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with respect to the, I guess Arcan got awarded the main contract. What amount are we looking at having a lot of, a majority, I guess, northern contractors participating in this as well, or even local contractors out of Hay River? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is another part of, I think, a good news story with the movement on the Great Slave Lake fish revitalization, because yes, my understanding is that Arcan is in fact put their materials forward with a lot of local contractors all working together. So perhaps when I provide the update broadly speaking about the Great Slave Lake fishery, that I will see what we can provide on this as well. Again, I think this is actually a good news story of a company that's come together and really looked at how to use northern suppliers in their bid. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the remote collection stations, are they going to be in communities, closer to communities, or will they be looking at some of the older existing stations they have around the lake, revitalizing those? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the choices of where the collection stations are to go is a decision that is, I think, really looking to the fishers themselves to drive that decision making. And that's where there is now a working group that is being set up and has begun to meet for those who are fishers, again, all around the lake. So that exactly on questions like that the consultation with them, that they are the ones that are actually driving where those sites go. Keeping in mind, of course, the role of DFO in that, and the role of individual communities that may have, may or may not be fishers or have many fishers themselves. So, I need to take a pause there and go back. But again, I know that the working group's been meeting and that they are meeting specifically to have these kinds of conversations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm pleased to see that this project's finally going to move ahead, and hopefully it'll do something for the fishing industry, and hopefully we get some sales, not only in the territories, but in southern Canada and outside Canada as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. No question there.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm also going to throw in my hat to the fishery collection station conversation. One of those areas being looked at is in my riding. It's at the end of the Robertson Road, I believe, at the Con Mine area. I don't know that I have a lot of questions around this, but while I have the Minister here, I'm just going to advocate for my constituents that there is concern about increased traffic in that area. Currently, we are trying to determine at times whose responsibility is it for that area, given that it is still a commercial mine lease, is my understanding. So I often find people between the city and ministers pointing fingers at whose responsibility is what. So I have a lot of concern here about how the determination of that location is going to go. I understand leading it around in different parts with communities and having a different conversation, but I think the conversation with the city of Yellowknife, and therefore by extension the community of Great Slave, is different. And I'm concerned to hear that the members that the city is being itself engaged, but I'm not sure my constituents themselves in that area are being engaged. And I just want to ensure that they have a chance to to express their feelings about that as well. And then I also want to know who's going to fix the dock because it currently needs work, but that might be a different discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, again, the information I'm having here, I'm trying to pull up ITI materials in addition to the finance materials as I'm here, but again, there have been quite a number of conversations with the City of Yellowknife as well as the Department of Lands to determine some of those exact questions of who owns these sites, what are they zoned for, and what can they be best used for. As far as any discussions that may have been public consultations, I don't have that information here. I will confirm and get back to the member, recognizing that that her riding is indeed also one that sits on Great Slave Lake. So, and as for fixing up the dock, I don't have that information on this infrastructure budget, but we'll make a note that to consider that an outstanding question to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without spoiling the surprise of tomorrow's statements, I did want to point out that the dock does have some immediate concerns. So again, while I've got the minister here and recognizing it's not part of this budget item, I do want to impress that there is potential for environmental issues with the dock's degradation, etc. But so before we go about creating a spot, we maybe need to look at some interim issues there. So again, I'm just taking a moment that I probably shouldn't. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister, did you have anything to respond to that?
Not today.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $2,494,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Tourism and Parks, not previously authorized, $3,234,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $5,728,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 17 and 18. Questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the page. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized, $32,671,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Programs and Services, not previously authorized, $3,286,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $35,957,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Justice on page 19. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there has been a couple of delays at getting the South Mackenzie Correctional Centre in Hay River operating, and I'm excited for its opening using the therapeutic model. And I know there was even some concerns about the perimeter fence, which I see here for $135,000 meeting the security requirements. But I guess my question is, when do we expect that facility to be open?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd suggest that go to the Minister of Justice, please.
To Minister of Justice.
Thank you. And of course, the facility itself is open. SMCC, there have been inmates there throughout this process, but it would be sometime in the summer we expect the therapeutic model to roll out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the Minister can elaborate on the ventilation and air conditioning retrofit from North Slave. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Madam Chair, I suggested that go to again, the Minister of Justice, please.
Thank you. I will let the Minister of Finance find her notes on there because I still have to find mine as well. So perhaps if the committee could just give us a minute, we can get an answer for you. Thanks.
Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project is proposing to carry over $294,000. The project is just in final substantial completion phase. I think they're just correcting some seasonal deficiencies. It's expected to be complete in June of 21.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah. Oh, we're in June of 2021, so that's good. I'm wondering specifically if this addresses any of the concerns from the smudging and healing room that is in the North Slave Correctional Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
I'm not surprised that's the question at all. I don't have the specifics here. I'm not sure if Mr. Coutre has it. If he doesn't, we'll commit to confirming if that is in fact the project that I'm thinking of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd have to go back to the department for that detail.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's a very important room in the North Slave Correctional Center, and I'd appreciate the hopefully good news that that's what it is addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Are there any further questions, comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question, I guess, with respect to the fence as well. I guess driving around there, I see that people could crawl under it. So I'm just wondering if that's what that $135,000 was, is to fix those issues up.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I haven't driven around it lately. I don't know if that's specifically what this is. I mean, the information I have is that these were some seasonal deficiencies that weren't complete last year, and that they are to be completed, expected to be completed now. So, if it's anything other than that, or if there's something further, Madam Chair, I realize the member's specific interest in this project in his community, so we'll look into that and get back to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other item is the program building replacement. Is that the building that's kind of sitting out on its own? And when would that replacement happen? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that it is. I can say that they are expecting the completion of that project again this spring.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the heavy duty truck replacement, what's that for? Just to replace something that's aged? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm happy to have a chance to speak to vehicle replacements again. It was put to me that, in fact, there actually is quite a wide shortage of vehicles across a number of places in North America, if not around the world, because of a shortage of semiconductor chips, for one, and other supply chain shortages that arose earlier in the pandemic. So it is apparently not particularly surprising that there are some challenges in getting particularly the more specialized vehicles that might have program-specific requirements for them. So I can again say that in this particular case, we are expecting that this truck will be arriving this spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions or comments? No. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021, 2022. Department of Justice, capital investment expenditures, corrections not previously authorized, $766,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Justice capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $766,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Lands on page 20. Any questions or comments to the Department of Lands? No questions and comments to the lands? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, capital investment expenditures, operations not previously authorized, $84,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $84,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 411-19-2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that consideration of table document 411-19 bracket 2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2021-2022, be concluded, and that table document 411-19 bracket 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Table document 411-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in a formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister. And thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Okay. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 411-19-2 and would like to report that consideration of table document 411-19-2 is concluded and that the House concur in those estimates as amended and that an appropriation bill to be based thereon to be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
N.W.T. Lakes, do you have a seconder? Member for N.W.T. Lake. Motion carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, June 3rd, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motions, motion 35-19-2, motion 36-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, Bill 33, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 25, Committee Report 15-19-2, Committee Report 16-19-2, Minister Statement 161-19-2, Table Document 412-19-2, Table Document 413-19-2, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Thursday, June 3rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.